Hello, good morning. Well, first of all, I would like to say thank you for giving me the opportunity of speaking at this important conference related to fats and polyphenols and antioxidants coming from olive oil. Today, I'm going to speak about total phenols and antioxidants in general of the diet. My name is Rosa Maria Lamuela Raventós, and I'm a teacher. I'm a professor at the University of Barcelona. When we speak about polyphenols, polyphenols are the most abundant antioxidants in daily diet. In current diets, they are compounds that are quite common in nature, and we find them especially in fruits, vegetables, cereals, legumes, and beverages, like, for example, coffee, tea, wine, and virgin olive oil. When we are speaking about diet antioxidants, we normally think of more classic antioxidants that have been defined with the terminology of vitamins. Because vitamins are essential for the body, like vitamin E, vitamin C, or beta carotene, that is a precursor of vitamin A. So they're all characterized as antioxidant compounds. However, the polyphenols are the antioxidants that we consume through food that are the most common ones. But as opposite to the antioxidants that we've previously mentioned, there's a great diversity of polyphenols. I won't elaborate on that because they are highly complex, but we need to think that among polyphenols we have many chemical structures, some of them that are part of phenolic acids, others that are part of coumarins, flavonoids that are, for example, in cocoa and some red fruits, the still beans, for example, that are in grapes and wine, and lignans that are especially present in integral and whole cereals. That we'll see that lignans are very important in our diet. That lignans that come from olive oil. When we analyze how many polyphenols we consume in the Mediterranean and Spanish population, well, we conducted this survey based on the database from the Predimed, and we calculated how many polyphenols were consumed on a daily basis considering the consumption frequency surveys. And we observed that we daily consumed about 820 milligrams of polyphenols. That's bad. 440 were flavonoids and the others were phenolic acids. So the difference with other countries like France or northern populations is that part of polyphenols that we consume come from wine, and a very differential fact of our diet compared to others is that a big bunch of these polyphenols comes from oil and the olives that we consume that are so usual in the Mediterranean diet. So what did we do in this Predimed study? We not only calculated how many polyphenols were consumed, but we also wanted to consider what was the consumption effect of these polyphenols in events that were related to health. And for that, we calculated what is known as the cumulative polyphenol intake. We consumed the FFQs, the longitudinal FFQs, throughout years until the event took place. And what did we see in Predimed? We saw that there was a clear relationship between polyphenol consumption and reduction of heart events, specifically some polyphenols that we mentioned, lignans, for example, flavonoids, or hydroxybenzoics, and isoflavones were the compounds that were more related to a reduction of heart events. We wanted to go further, so we saw what effect these compounds had at mortality level, and we saw that the population that consumed more polyphenols reduced the mortality incidence. But there were some other polyphenols like lignans or still beans that we've mentioned before in grapes or wine, or isoflavones that were the ones that had a higher correlation with less mortality incidence. So what we wanted to see is, out of these polyphenols that we've been talking about, that we saw that had a protective effect to heart protection or mortality on a global scale, we analyzed where these polyphenols came from. And what did we see? In the case of flavonols that had a protection at heart level, especially in our population, well, they came through the consumption of cocoa, red wine, and apples. In the case of hydroxybenzoic acids, we have red wine, but in this case we also had the presence of the compounds in olives, besides some red fruits. In the case of lignans that I've mentioned before, where we see that they were protecting both at heart level and at mortality level, especially, where did they come from? In our diet, they came from the virgin olive oil. But if we analyze how the populations, they especially come from whole grain flours. We have still beans that come from red wine, and isoflavones that usually come from soy, but in our case we didn't consume much soy, and they especially came from isoflavones. So what can we say about polyphenols? What do we know about polyphenols on health? They protect us from cardiovascular diseases, they protect us at neurodegenerative diseases level, some cancers, of the insulin resistance and diabetes, obesity, they are related to the reduction of oxidative stress, and they are increasingly being related to more pathologies, as well as with a reduction of metabolic syndrome. But we not only have to pay attention to the consumption frequency surveys, we wanted to take a step forward and to see the effect of these compounds, but analyzing biomarkers, consumption biomarkers. We need to go to the biomarkers that have to be determined in plasma or urine. So why do we need biomarkers? Because we have a great diversity of phenols. The consumption frequency surveys are not accurate. Sometimes we have a great diversity at bioavailability level, at metabolism level, and this is why it is necessary to have consumption biomarkers, although they also have their limitations that are difficult to detect or determine. They are complex to determine, as I was saying, and we need much more money in order to determine these biomarkers. So we can determine these biomarkers both in plasma and in urine. The problem with the plasma is that these compounds are very quickly eliminated from plasma, and they are highly affected by the matrix where they have been dissolved. Here we have, for example, an example of how bioavailability changes if we have this in red wine as a juice, for example, or as an extract or as a pill. We can see the difference. As far as we know, the same amount in red wine is much more bioavailable. In the juice it is reduced, and in the pill it reduces even more. So we wanted to see what role the olive oil played in bioavailability for phenolic compounds. So for that, we conducted a trial with 40 volunteers, randomized and crossed trials. So we gave these three interventions, these three products: 500 grams of tomato, 250 grams of tomato sauce is the same amount of tomato, but when water evaporates to make a sauce, and the same amount of tomato, and we added olive oil. And in this case, we determined both with blood and urine samples the polyphenols coming from tomato. And what did we see? We will have a look at these graphs. Here we would have the graph from tomato, and after that when we added olive oil. And what did we see? We can see it better on the next slide. When we added the olive oil, we had a double peak with the phenolic compounds. These are phenolic compounds that are in tomato. So when we add olive oil, the bioavailability of this compound increases because it increases what is called the heteropathic circulation. These compounds take a longer time to circulate in blood. So if we have a look at the level of these compounds, this would be tomato, this would be sauce, and this would be sauce with olive oil. We see that there's a great difference when we give it as a tomato or when we give it as a sauce. If it was a sauce, we considerably increase the bioavailability, the absorption of these compounds. Although there are many differences, this would mean that there are many individual differences. And we are not only speaking about inter-individual differences, but also we can find many differences between men and women. But again, if we move towards these compounds, and if we compare tomato sauce without oil in orange and with oil in yellow, what we see is that the yellow one, the tomato sauce with olive oil, shows an important increase of bioavailability, the absorption of these compounds. And when we analyze the level of these compounds in urine, what do we see? These compounds in urine are excreted or are observed for a much longer time. But by the way, I don't have this result here, but besides, we see that every time we add olive oil, these compounds show a much higher excretion in the urine. Why? Because there has been a higher absorption at body level. So, what advantage do we find in urine compared to plasma? In plasma, we have less amount, but in urine, we have much higher concentration, and these compounds remain there for a much longer time. So, what can we conclude out of this study with tomato sauce, and tomato sauce with oil? That if we add olive oil to tomato sauce, we are increasing bioavailability dramatically. Interestingly, the olive oil not only has polyphenols, but also it increases the beneficial effect of bioactive compounds that we can find in tomato or that could be present in other vegetables. And just to sum up, I would like to say thank you to the organizers, thanks to the Natural Antioxidants Research Team that has conducted this research that I'm presenting, and finally, the ones that have helped us from an economic point of view, Iturobene, Generalitat of Catalonia, Fundación Mafre, and Government of Spain, and Bosch Gimpera Foundation. So thank you very much to everyone. And thank you for your attention. And if you have any question, any remark, please feel free to contact me via email. You have my email, you have the website too. So thank you very much.
Good morning. My name is Elena Lluvero. I'm a senior researcher of the Nicolás Monardes program of the Health Regional Department. I'm part of the Nutrigenomic and Metabolic Syndrome group of the IMEBIC in the University of Córdoba. In this group, and with this presentation, I'll try to explain the research areas that we have been developing this past year regarding the role of the advanced glycation final products and how to reduce these tokens and by favoring the use of Mediterranean diet. In our society, diseases such as diabetes, cardiovascular disease, obesity, and metabolic syndrome have a high prevalence and incidence, and aging plays a paramount role. It accelerates, and it's part of its pathophysiology. There are other factors that contribute to this disease. There are some inherent to each person, like age, sex, and genetic composition. Then cultural and environmental conditions, such as social and economic conditions, and there are behavioral factors such as lack of physical activity, an unhealthy lifestyle, or an unhealthy diet. And here we play a role. There's a global trend to have poor diets, and this is due to a bad nutritional education or disinformation. There's a relationship between the consumption of fast food and processed foods rich in processed fats and drinks containing sugar with the incidence of this disease. This is the Advanced Glycation End Product Study, AGES. These AGES are created through non-enzymatic reactions between reduction sugars such as glucose and amino groups. The AGES are toxic because of their structure, but also because during the reactions that generate them, oxygen reactive species are created, and they degrade and alter the function of the modified protein. AGEs are generated endogenously in our body as a consequence of metabolism, but its production is exacerbated when there's metabolic disease. An excessive accumulation of AGEs has an impact on most tissues in our body, as you can see in this slide, and they're involved in the development of diabetes, cardiovascular diseases, and neurodegenerative and renal diseases. I have to highlight that AGEs in our body are eliminated through urine, so patients with kidney disease have high levels of AGEs in their bodies. Similarly, diabetic patients, they have a high concentration of glucose in their blood. They are a model to assess due to the high concentration in AGEs. However, these endogenous AGEs that cause the physiopathology of these diseases, we have to add to exogenous sources such as diet. In this point, we have to bear in mind that not just the type of food is important, also the way to cook it. In general, fat and protein-rich foods provide a higher amount of AGEs while cooked. It is better to use low temperatures and a long period for cooking, such as methods using steam, for example. They generate less AGEs compared to grilled food, among others, or in the oven. As you can see, we have two pictures. To your left, this is fish. It was deep fried with the high amount of age, and compared to the other, which is was cooked with steam or grilled, and it has a low quantity of ages. Continuing with that idea in this slide, I'm showing different strategies that we could consider to reduce the amount of ages in our diet. We recommend avoiding food with high amounts of saturated fats and sugar. Regarding cooking methods, we could do boiling, poaching, steaming, and we should avoid deep frying or grilling, and of course we have to avoid smoking. In this table you can see that same food, chicken, cooked in different ways could provide different concentration of ages when it's consumed. For example, in this case, it depends on the part of the chicken. It could have a higher content of fat or not, and if it's fried with canola oil, you get more ages, and if it's consumed grilled or fried with olive oil, the amount is lower than if it's barbecued, for example. This is not just for meat. We have the same situation with vegetables or potatoes, for example. Baked potato provides more ages than if we boiled it. In the case of chips, it's better to fry them at home compared to McDonald's chips, for example. It has been proven that restricting of ages in our diet reduces the level of ages in a body. This was a study in a diabetic patient. We've reduced the main ages here, but other markers related to insulin resistance also improve, as you can see in this slide. Our research group these past years has shown that a Mediterranean diet rich in virgin olive oil could be considered a good model of a low ages diet, because it provides a lower amount of this toxin in its consumption compared to monounsaturated or polyunsaturated fatty acids. Mediterranean diet reduced oxidative stress and inflammation in patients with metabolic syndrome and aged people. What are the causes of these effects? Probably to its characteristics and compositions and the typical cooking methods in the Mediterranean diet and other processes that we're going to see in a while. As you know, this diet is characterized by many vegetables, a limited intake of red meat, and there's a minimum consumption of saturated fat and highly processed food. Virgin olive oil, extra virgin olive oil is our main product and the main cooking fat in this diet. These past years in our research group, we've carried out the Cardioprev study. It's a diet intervention study. In the long term, it's randomized and controlled. Patients with an established coronary disease followed a prevention program to prevent new cardiovascular events. There were 1,002 patients that were randomized to follow this diet for 2 years, Mediterranean diet and low-fat diet. Why these diets? Because a low-fat diet is the model recommended by the American Association of Heart Diseases for this type of patients, and Mediterranean diet because of its healthy properties that have been extensively proven. In the context of this study, we have analyzed the ages provided by each age model, and we've seen that with the Mediterranean diet and a low-fat diet, we have low levels of ages compared to baseline levels, there's no statistically significant difference. However, when we assess the methylglycol and carboxyl methylglycine, as you can see in the slide, the results showed that only those with the Mediterranean diet presented a decrease of these two types of ages compared to the low-fat diet. Mediterranean diet is also able to modulate other cell mechanisms involved in the elimination of these ages. At cell level, circulating ages are captured by two main receptors in charge of their metabolism. They have antagonic roles. We have receptor AGR1, as you see in the slide. It eliminates ages. And then we have receptor RAGE. It activates inflammatory response and increases oxidative stress, which is a characteristic of these metabolic diseases. So our results also showed that Mediterranean diet compared to a low-fat diet produces an increase in the expression of AGR1, and it reduced the expression of RAGE receptor. Ages have a role in the renal function and mainly in diabetic patients. We studied whether restriction of ages through Mediterranean diet could reduce the renal impairment of the patient in our study throughout the time of the study. So we assessed the renal function by estimating the estimated glomerular filtration rate. Also, patients were classified based on the different stages of renal function. As you can see in the slide, normal function, mildly impaired, and severely impaired, to assess the influence in the impact of our diet intervention. What did we see in these results? Well, we didn't obtain a differential effect between the two diets, but we observed a trend because Mediterranean diet could prevent a decline of renal filtering compared to low-fat diet, but this effect was observed clearly in patients that had a mild impairment of renal function. When we assess the ages levels, we saw that patients that had a severe impairment of renal function had higher baseline levels of this glycotoxin compared to the other patients. After our dietary intervention, we saw that Mediterranean diet generated a decrease of the same compared to a low-fat diet. When we considered the stage of renal function patients had at baseline, well, low-fat diet, here you can see how the levels increase regardless of the stage of renal function of our patients. Mediterranean diet was able to decrease the levels of the toxin in patients, the renal function of which was preserved, and it was the performance was better in mildly impaired renal function. As a conclusion, we can say that Mediterranean diet could be considered a good model of an ages low diet. It reduces endogenous levels of ages and it modulates its metabolism, in particular in patients with diabetes mellitus type 2, and the reduction of ages through different diet strategies, for example, Mediterranean diet, would improve the metabolic profile of patients with chronic and metabolic diseases, in this case the reduction of complications from diabetes as, for example, renal function. Thank you for your attention. This part is also important. I would like to thank my mentors in this field of study of ages, Professor Helen Lazara and Gary E. Stryker from Mount Sinai Hospital, New York. And I would like to introduce my research group, Nutrigenomic and Metabolic Syndrome, of the IMIBIC of Córdoba, the Hospital University Reina Sofia in the University of Córdoba. Thank you very much. Good morning. My name is Verónica González Abreu. I am a dietitian at Hospital Regional Universitario de Málaga. First of all, I would like to thank the organizers for inviting me to give this talk. And the name is Extra Virgin Olive Oil in Hospital Cooking. I'm going to speak about the regulations, the compulsory labeling of olive oil, Nutri-Score, the consumption of EVOO in hospitals, the oxidation control, and the olive collection we carry out. First of all, we have to bear in mind that there's a regulation 1169 2011 about the food information provided to consumers. Then we have the execution regulation that establishes the rules of commercialization of olive oil, and then the delegated regulation that approves the royal decree that approves the quality requirements for olive oil in Spain. When we review the labels of our olive oil bottle, we need to know the category of the olive oil because there are 4 to 5 types. First of all, we have extra virgin olive oil, which is a superior category olive oil obtained directly from olives and only through mechanic processes. The same goes for virgin olive oil directly from olives and only through mechanic processes. We have olive oil, which is olive oil that contains only olive oils subject to a refining treatment and all oils obtained directly from olives, and then olive pomace oils that comes it's olive coming exclusively from products coming directly from products obtained from olives. Another item we need to check is the origin of our oil. It is mandatory to have the origin for extra virgin olive oil and virgin olive oil. And also, there are different types within our origin. 3 types. If the oil comes from a single country in the EU, if it comes from several countries that may be members or not with the EU, and if the oil comes from a third country. If we consider that it comes from a single country, there are 4 cases. First of all, reference to a protective origin designation or a protected geographical indication. Maybe the country of origin is defined. It could be Spain, Italy, or Greece. It may say that it's a product from the EU. That means that oil was harvested in different countries in the EU. And there's another option, which is that the olives are harvested in one country and the oil mill is located in a different country. Both countries should appear on the bottle in that case. For example, the olives may be harvested in Greece, but the mill is located in Italy. So it should say origin Italy and Greece. There's another option, which is a combination of oils coming from several countries that are members of the European Union or not. In the first case, they're coming from the EU, they don't come from the EU, and a mixture of olive oils that come from EU members and non-EU members. And there's a third case, which is olive oil coming from a third country, for example, the US. As with any product, the denomination is mandatory. It's consumption expiration date, the net contents, the preservation conditions, the batch, the company information. Always the company name, address, and a number of health registration that certifies that this industry has been registered with the health authorities. We need a nutritional table where we see energy value, either in calories or kilojoules. Then total fats, saturated fat acids, this is mandatory. Some labels for oil mention monounsaturated and polyunsaturated fatty acids, but this is optional. Also, carbs, sugar, proteins. Based on the nutritional table, we have a system to identify from the perspective of nutritional quality our food products, and it's called Nutri-Score. It was subject to controversy because this system is okay, it could be okay, as long as we exclude products with one ingredient, such as honey, milk, or olive oil. Why? Because they compare calories and fatty acids, so this could cause to have labels such as these, in which olive oil has a category which is well below the other one. It's almost a non-healthy product compared to Coca-Cola, which is a category B. While I was preparing this talk, I've checked that Nutri-Score has been updated or has changed its logarithm, and now olive oil, extra virgin olive oil, has category B. However, it is not in the highest part of the score. Therefore, this generates controversy. Besides, this labeling is not mandatory for olive oil. If we bear this in mind, well, I'm going to explain that in our hospital, the central kitchen, all the food consumed by our patients are prepared with extra virgin olive oil. In 2021, we distributed in breakfast and snacks 720 monodoses a day in our 3 hospitals. So a week that makes 5,040, and a year 262,080 monodoses. So only in breakfast and afternoon snacks, our hospital last year distributed 4,455 liters per annum of extra virgin olive oil. Then lunch and dinner during 2021, we distributed 39,780 liters a year. In general, if we combine the 4 meals, patients in our hospitals consumed a total of 44,235 liters of extra virgin olive oil. In our central kitchen, in order to fry different products such as fish, meat, or chips, we use extra virgin olive oil. We have different fryers, 35 liters each. We always use a fryer for chips and others for other products, depending on the demand of the fried food requested by this hospital. The olive oil is degraded faster or slower, so this is subject to the criteria of the people in charge of the kitchen, and there's a control of polar components. This is the device we use to measure the oil. So based on the demand we have and the meals that we are preparing, the head of kitchen is going to use the device with hot oil. He's going to measure the amount of polar compounds in the oil. Up to 23%, we can continue to use that oil. If it's at 23% or higher, the olive oil is removed, the fryer is cleaned, and new oil is used. That oil removed from the fryers is stored in airtight tanks so that the authorized company takes them. We have an olive collection registration. We have date, time, the signature of the staff collecting that oil, and the number of kilograms that they take. This could be done every week, every month, depending on the oil being used and collected in these airtight containers. In 2021, we collected 1,000 kilograms of used oil that were transformed to biodiesel, because this company transforms our oil into biofuel, biodiesel. So this was all from me. I hope that you liked my presentation, and I hope you have many questions, and I'll be happy to take them. Thank you very much.
Hello, good morning. I'd like to say thank you. I'm Maria Isabel Cobas. I'm a scientific advisor of Nupras Handelsverlag. I'm the former head of CARIN Research Group of the IMIM, Instituto Hospital del Mar de Investigaciones Médicas, and I belong to the Consortium Centro de Investigación Biomédica en Red de Fisiopatología de la Obesidad y la Nutrición from Spain, and I would like to tell you some aspects regarding bioactive effects of minority compounds of the EVOO. As you know, there are major components like fatty acids, out of which the oleic acid is the main compound, but it also has minor components with bioactive properties, out of which the most well-known are the phenolic compounds. Today we will focus on the level of evidence type 1 that we have about the benefits of the presence of minor compounds, phenolic compounds in olive acid on health. When I'm speaking about level of evidence 1 is the one that allows scientists to issue recommendations for the society. And this level of evidence is obtained when we have a body of clinical trials that are randomized and controlled, or cohort long-term researches. So we will focus on these evidences. Type 1. We know that olive oil, we have evidences that olive oil, generally speaking, has benefits on the lipid profile, insulin sensitivity, the oxidative damage, inflammation, blood pressure, the profile, the thrombotic profile, but we also have type 1 evidence of the benefits of the presence of polyphenols, of phenolic compounds, of olive oil on lipid profile, on the oxidative damage on lipids, on inflammation, on the endothelial dysfunction, and the HDL functionality. In November 2011, the European Food Safety Authority, EFSA, issued a scientific opinion based on the substantiation of health claims related to polyphenols in olive oil and protection of LDL particles from oxidative damage. The LDL oxidation is a clear step when developing the atherosclerotic plaque. But the panel considers that in order to bear this claim, 5 milligrams of hydroxytyrosol and its derivatives in olive oil should be consumed daily, but not in amounts greater than 20 milligrams a day. That makes that not every virgin olive oil can bear the claim, but only the ones that have phenolic content higher than 300 milligrams per kilo. A key research to obtain this allegation was the one that you can see on the screen. The goal was to compare the effect of 3 similar olive oils with differences in their phenolic content from 0 to 366 ppm, milligrams per kilogram, on plasma lipids and the antioxidant status in healthy volunteers. We had 200 healthy volunteers from 5 European countries: Germany, Denmark, Finland, Italy, and Spain. The EuroLife study showed that every olive oil increased HDL cholesterol and reduced the GSSG ratio and decreased the triglycerides and DNA oxidation. The olive oils with phenolic content decreased the in vivo lipid oxidative damage, but the clear results of EuroLife were that the increase in HDL cholesterol and the decrease in oxidative damage to lipids were observed in a dose-dependent manner with the phenolic content of the olive oil. The increase in HDL cholesterol and this shows that the olive oil is more than a multi-unsaturated fat, And the EuroLife study provided the final degree of evidence required to recommend the use of olive oil rich in phenolic compounds as a source of fat in order to achieve additional benefits against cardiovascular risk factors. Well, we can see on EuroLife an increase in HDL cholesterol was observed in a dose-dependent manner with the phenolic content of the olive oil. But the key question is, could virgin olive oil increase HDL functionality besides to increase the HDL quantity? This would be the key point. So, the results of our studies showed that phenolic compounds of olive oil are linked to HDL. So this improves the oxidative status of the lipoprotein, increasing the HDL fluidity and increasing the cholesterol efflux capacity. Mechanisms that could explain that we found these results, and we can find them in the framework of these studies, are the HDLs of larger size, the triglyceride poor HDL core, and all this together makes or leads to the fact that we have total fully working HDLs, and they could increase the cholesterol efflux from cells. So there was another study that I coordinated by the University Rovira i Virgili from Reus and Universitat de Lleida. And I would like to focus on an interesting compound. The tyrosol and the oleocanthal, and the capacity that oleocanthal has to release tyrosol, and tyrosol can become into hydroxytyrosol in vivo. This has been recently proven in some researches, and last of which was a crossed and randomized and controlled research with 83 volunteers and 3 different interventions, control with water, another one with white wine, 2 glasses for women and 1 for men, not the other way around, sorry, and that had a moderate content of tyrosol and very low of hydroxytyrosol, but the same white wine with tyrosol capsules, 50 milligrams for men and 25 for women. And the results of this study showed that in the urine, the amount of tyrosol and its metabolites was really high when we had white wine, when we administered white wine with tyrosol. But the surprising thing, the surprising part was part of the hypothesis. We can see that hydrotyrosol and its metabolites increased dramatically with white wine because of the hydroxytyrosol. So, for the first time, there was the confirmation that there's an endogenous conversion of tyrosol into hydroxytyrosol in humans. And these results are the foundation of the protective effect of homovanillyl alcohol on cardiovascular disease and total mortality. Homovanillyl alcohol is a biological metabolite of hydroxytyrosol, and the validity of this study and its methodology makes that for the first time a biologic metabolite is directly linked as a primary event as a cardiovascular disease with total mortality. This was a cohort study with 1851 elder participants at high cardiovascular risk, and we measured hydroxytyrosol and methyl hydroxytyrosol with homovanillyl alcohol in urine measured at baseline, and the follow-up was 4.8 years, and we watched the primary cardiovascular event, a composite of myocardial infarction, stroke, and death from cardiovascular causes, and then the secondary outcome we considered the all-cause mortality. So when we set percentile associations, only we could only see the high level of homovanillyl alcohol in the urine, but we also used restricted cubic splines because we didn't have parametric data in order to assess linear associations. Like, for example, as you can see, there was a drop in the cardiovascular events with the increase of homovanillyl alcohol in urine, and also with a hydroxytyrosol increase and with the addition of both metabolites that we define as total hydroxytyrosol. The total mortality was linked to the high levels of homovanillyl alcohol. We made Weibull accelerated time models to see how many years could be gained and how many years without any cardiovascular disease could be gained with the consumption or with the presence of homovanillyl alcohol in the body. And our estimate said that we would gain 9.5 years of life and 6.3 free of cardiovascular disease when you belonged to the fifth quintile of homovanillyl alcohol. So, why virgin olive oil as a main fat source? As far as it is rich in polyphenols, promotes in vivo additional benefits in humans by increasing and the HDL cholesterol quantity and quality, reducing oxidative damage to lipids, increasing the antioxidant content of the lipoproteins, decreasing inflammatory markers, improving endothelial function, modulating towards a protective mode of the expression of the atherosclerosis-related genes, and decreasing cardiovascular and mortality rates in the context of a Mediterranean diet. So we could say that part of the benefits attributed to the adherence to the Mediterranean diet could be explained by virgin olive oil consumption. And according to our information that we've obtained, the benefits of virgin olive oil consumption occur both within and out of the context of the Mediterranean diet. And I would like to say thank you to the researchers of the Predmed researchers for the cooperations. Thanks to the EuroLife researchers. Of course, thank you to my group, the groups that have collaborated with us, the Lleida University and URV. And well, thank you very much for your attention. Hello, good morning. I'm Tamara Casañas, and I'm going to speak about the use of extra virgin olive oil in enteral nutrition. As an introduction, I would like to comment on some basic concepts. I'd like to remind that the malnutrition is a situation where the calorie, energy, or other nutrients requirements are below the intake. When someone is unable to cover their nutritional requirements with a regular diet, he has to use this nutritional support, and that is defined as a nutrients provision, either oral, enteral, or parenteral, with therapy goals, either to keep or restore an optimal nutritional and health status. So, the enteral nutrition is defined as the administration via the digestive system of a constant and known mix of nutrients that have been industrially obtained. And as we'll see on this presentation, they will always be obtained from natural food. And within the enteral nutrition, that is where we can find where we are dealing with today, it can be enteral nutrition orally, when a patient can use his oral tract and he can't cover part of his nutritional needs, and it can be supplementation, that is obviously called it's called supplementation when this patient doesn't use this food as the only source of nutrients, but to fulfill, to complete, so to speak, part of this usual intake. And the specialist usually recommends from 1 to 3 supplements a day. When a patient can't cover his nutritional needs orally, as we were saying, the diet has to be administered through a probe, through a tube that is directly connected to either the stomach or the intestine, depending on this patient's characteristics. And this kind of feeding will be called enteral nutrition by probe. So what these enteral nutrition formulas look like? It will have proteins, carbohydrates, lipids, vitamins, minerals, fiber, and sometimes it includes special nutrients. The proteins that are used to manufacture the enteral nutrition formulas can come from different sources. The most usual thing is to use animal sources because of its high biological value. And among this origin, we have cow milk, like for example, casein, and sometimes other vegetable proteins can be included. This is not so frequent, and the most used one are from peas, soy, rice, or even chickpeas, and other times they are using other sources like eggs or milk coming from other species. Regarding the carbohydrates, the most common ones for enteral nutrition are polysaccharides and oligosaccharides coming from the starch hydrolysis. The reason is that they are sweeter, they taste better, and their digestibility is similar to starch. And now we're going to comment on lipids. This is what we are dealing with today. Lipids that are used to manufacture enteral nutrition formulas are quite different. They have normally a vegetable background, and the most frequently used oils are canola, sunflower, corn, soybean, or, well, it depends. we have a huge amount of olives. Sometimes they use olive oils, not extra virgin olive oil, in small percentages, but nobody uses extra virgin olive oil. We need to take into account that most of these labs, the vast majority of these labs, are international labs. They're not familiar with the use of this oil, and the formulation with the EVOO is more complex. It contributes taste and flavor, and of course its cost is much higher. I would like to say that Aventia Pharma is the only lab that uses EVOO in every single enteral nutrition diet. Besides, we included in an 80% of lipid content, with the exception of peptidic diets or for patients with special requirements where this amount of EVOO amount can't be included because of different requirements. Maybe this oil is not the best thing for this patient. It has been very difficult to make these formulas available. Sometimes patients rejected them because of their taste, but now, after improving technologies, we have been able to we have seen how patients accept them in their diets. So besides the macronutrients that we've mentioned before and the enteral nutrition formulas, they will include vitamins and minerals, and the amount of these vitamins and minerals are specified in the according to the regulation 2016/128 from the Commission. So they need to abide by these amounts that are set in this regulation. And besides, the enteral nutrition formulas can include fiber based on the kind of patient that they are for. And last but not least, some enteral nutrition formulas also include functional nutrients. There's an increasing trend, like, for example, carnitine, taurine, nucleotides, probiotics, bioactive compounds, and butyric acid, and so on and so forth. And of course, they always respect the applicable law according to every single ingredient. And in order to keep the stability and the organoleptic properties and the safety of these products, we have no choice but to use additives always as much as we need and according to the applicable law. Once we've decided the ideal composition of an enteral nutrition formula, we need to go to a pilot factory to conduct a test in order to see how the ingredients behave, to analyze their stability, their organoleptic properties, etc. So once the recipe is clear at that pilot factory and everything has been well set up, we need to move up to the industrial factory where we will proceed to a big scale manufacturing, and they will have to check vitamins, proteins, pH, and organoleptic analysis to be made, microbiological analysis, and if every parameter is right, the product is considered as being able to be marketed. Besides these analyses that are made, this routine analysis, we decide to analyze the phenolic compounds in these enteral nutrition formulas, because we wanted to know if, although we knew that these compounds were at the beginning, that were in the raw material, were in the oil at the beginning, because we had already checked that, we wanted to know, as far as it is such a complex matrix, we wanted to know if these products were still in the end product. and we made an analysis that had to be fine-tuned at the Fat Institute at CSIC, and we got the following results for B1 HPHC diet. We saw that the total amount of phenolic compounds that have been recovered was 396 milligrams per liter in this diet, and in the BI1 Diacare HPHC diet we obtained an amount of 434.61 milligrams per liter. This, if we bring this to a patient, we could say that a patient that consumes 2 supplements a day will have 158.43 milligrams of phenolic compounds, and a patient that compounds the diabetic diet will consume or will intake 174.08 of phenolic compounds just because of the supplements that are taken. And what happens when a patient is going to be fed just through probe enteral nutrition? This will be the only food source. So usually these people take 3 diets a day. It's around 1,500 milliliters that are administered via probe, and the total determination of the phenolic compounds in this probe would be 386.14 milligrams of phenolic compounds that this patient would consume a day. So we think that it is quite an important amount and quite a positive amount for a patient that the only food source he or she has is this formula, this supplement. And taking into account that the health statement that EFSA approved about the olive oil polyphenols, that they contribute to lipid protection in blood against oxidative stress when at least they have 5 milligrams of hydroxytyrosol and its derivatives, we can state that our enteral nutrition diets contribute in the patients that consume them to the lipid protection in blood against oxidative stress, because it will have more than this amount per each supplement. We need to make clinical trials in patients fed with enteral nutrition. It would be interesting that these studies could certify the benefits of the EVOO, the phenolic compounds of EVOO in these patients fed with enteral nutrition. On our side, we are conducting several researches, and maybe in the future we are able to have more information related to the influence of including EVOO also in the clinical practice, and not only population in general. Thank you very much for your attention, and I hope that it has been interesting. Good afternoon. First of all, I would like to say thank you to the organizers for the opportunity of addressing to you all to tell you about the most relevant results of the Nutrioleum research that assesses the effect of daily consumption for 3 weeks of an olive oil that is rich in phenolic compounds and enriched with three terpenic acids of the olive in healthy adults. This is framed in a new project that is funded by the Junta de Andalucía and the FEDER, where we have different companies that are coordinated by San Francisco de Asís de Montefrío COP, and we also have different entities basically. We all know the beneficial effect of polyphenols in EVOO in different pathologies and in different situations. But in 2011, the EFSA accepted an allegation that said the consumption of 5 milligrams a day and its derivatives in olive oil could prevent the oxidation of LDL and to have protective effect, a heart protective effect. So when developing oils, it's important to consider processes and to optimize and to adapt processes in order to get olive oils that have this amount of 5 milligrams of bioactive or phenolic compounds. So with this idea, the Nutrioleum project emerged. That we wanted to develop an oil that was rich in these polyphenols, but that could have other bioactive compounds from the olive that are the three terpenic acids, for example, oleanolic and mesylinic acids, that are found both in the pit and the on the skin of the olive, contributing sensory characteristics that are really unique. So, in order to develop a functional oil that contains these three terpenic acids, we need to add it, and it's necessary to optimize the composition in terms of polyphenols. We all know that these compounds not only depend on the variety of the olive that is used to produce the oil, but its presence also depends on many agronomical characteristics, like, for example, the ground, the substrate, the climate conditions, the ripeness when it's collected, and the processing speed. So we have to optimize all these processes in order to get oil that includes the bioactive compounds amount that will entail a functional action.
In this sense, once the project developed these oils, we had to scientifically assess and obtain scientific evidence of the functional benefits of polyphenol-rich oil and oil with the added terpenic acids. The optimized oil rich in phenolic compounds, as you can see in the table, it had 490 ppm of these compounds. It was prepared by mixing 2 oils with a high content of phenolic compounds such as Picual, and we added a new variety which is from the west part of Granada, which is Torreal de Montefrío. It has nice sensory qualities and it softened Picual. Based on this optimized oil, it was washed at cold temperature to remove as much as we could the phenolic compounds and therefore prepare a control oil with 124 ppm of phenolic compounds. Both the optimized and the control oils had a very low content in triterpenic acids because they're in the skin and they go to waste in the process of tension, and its composition was around 85 ppm of tritopanic acid. Therefore, in order to prepare the functional oil, we added a olive skin micronization, and therefore we got the same amount of phenolic compounds as in the optimized oil, and we managed to have almost 400 ppm of tritopanic acids. These were the 3 oils that were studied in a controlled, crossed, randomized and double-blinded study. The volunteers received 30 millimeters per day of each of these oils. And besides, we gave them enough oil so that they could use it to cook for the whole family, and this way we made sure that they were taking the right amount of olive oil. In this slide you can see the study design. We randomized the sequence of administration of oil, so the volunteers that started the study using control oil, then they took optimized oil, and in the last period functional oil. Those who started with the optimized oil, then they continued with functional oil and then control oil, and those who started with the functional oil, then they had control olive oil and then optimized oil. We started with 54 volunteers divided into 3 groups, split in 3 groups of volunteers. There was a washout period at the beginning, and before the second and third periods there was another washout period, and for 2 weeks we asked them not to take any product coming from olives, olive oil, etc. And we provided them with sunflower seed oils that they could cook during this period. We took blood samples before and after intervention periods, and we assessed vascular function markers and other type of markers also related to metabolic syndrome. Additionally, we selected a subsample of 18 volunteers to carry out a bioavailability study, postprandial study. In each intervention, the selected volunteers received at hospital their oil together with 80 grams of bread and 250 milliliters of water for breakfast. Before that breakfast, we took a blood sample from them, and then after several periods of time, for 24 hours, we took blood samples and also urine. In the samples, we could assess bioavailability of tritopanic acids that hadn't been previously studied in humans, and during the postprandial period of 6 hours, we studied the effect on glycemia, insulin secretion, incretins and hormones involved in appetite regulation. Regarding the results of metabolic syndrome and vascular functionality, they were published in 2018 in Nutrients journal. This intervention can the speaker corrects itself, can increase good cholesterol, and this effect is associated with polyphenols because we saw this effect in optimized oil, and if we split up the patients in according to their gender, we clearly saw this effect in women, but in men we didn't see this effect after 3 weeks of intervention. Other biomarkers of metabolic syndrome were not changed, and the blood pressure was not changed either, but we saw that some markers of vascular functionality, such as endothelin-1, decreased after the intervention. The control had 124 ppm of phenolic compounds, and that amount is enough to modulate the secretion of endothelin, which is a substance, a vasoconstricting substance, segregated by the endothelium that contributes to increased vascular tone. So its decrease can have a beneficial effect on blood pressure. Actually, when we took the blood samples from the volunteers, we analyzed a small amount of blood. It was cultured in vivo, and in those samples we analyzed the secretion of endothelin, and as you can see in this chart, we see that after taking functional oil, the secretion of endothelin was lower than after the other ones. So these ex vivo results confirmed our in vivo results in our volunteers. Regarding biomarkers of oxidative and inflammatory status, as you can see in this chart, we see a biomarker of oxidative damage in DNA after the intake of functional oil. We see a decrease of this biomarker, so it's showing a better oxidative status in these volunteers with the functional oil that has more phenolic compounds and tritopanic acids. We didn't see any other changes in other indicators, but when we analyzed some pro-inflammatory cytokines such as interleukin 8 and TNF alpha, we identified a significant decrease of these biomarkers after the intake of oils rich in bioactive compounds. This proves that the intake of this type of oil and these components of olives can improve not just oxidative status but also inflammatory status, which are the basis of chronic diseases such as cardiovascular diseases. Regarding the bioavailability results, the postprandial study, our study was the first one that showed that tritopanic acids of olives are absorbed in the bowel and are eliminated through urine. So it confirms bioavailability and the potential metabolic effect of these compounds. If we confirm that the muscarinic acid was more bioavailable than oleanolic acid. Regarding the postprandial metabolic study, as you can see in the table and in the chart, we analyzed the postprandial secretion of glucose, insulin, and hormones related to the control of appetite. As you can see here, there are no difference in the area under the curve in glucose, but there's a trend to reduce glucose after intaking functional oil, but there's also a decrease in the secretion of insulin. This shows that pancreas needs to segregate less insulin to maintain glycemia. This proves that there's a better sensitivity and response to insulin. This is confirmed when we estimate the Masuda index of response and sensibility to insulin. This shows that our volunteers were healthy and their glucose and insulin values were within normal range always, but it makes us think that in situations where volunteers or patients have a certain degree of insulin resistance, the intake of these oils, these active components of olives, can help them improve this metabolic situation. As a conclusion of our study, we can say that the intake of olive oil rich in polyphenols and tritopanic acids is associated, has a synergic effect, and it can decrease the risk of suffering from chronic diseases with an oxidative basis, an inflammatory basis, such as cardiovascular diseases, thanks to the increase in HDL, vasoconstricting molecules that change the vascular functionality, improving oxidative status, inflammatory status, and also improving the postprandial metabolic response to insulin. However, we need more controlled, randomized clinical studies, and in particular longer studies and in people with different alterations instead of healthy volunteers, people with metabolic or cardiovascular alterations, to verify the beneficial effects of the bioactive components of olive oil. I would like to thank you for your attention, and I'll be happy to take any questions you may have.
We start from the sentence that the food has to be the best medicine and your best medicine has to be food. This famous sentence was written in the 3rd century before Christ, was the beginning of the ancient medicine and medicine based on observation. Centuries later, it appeared the evidence-based medicine that's trying to identify evidence as a key factor in the future medicine. Our life expectancy says that Spain is after Japan in men and 4th in women. According to statistics, the cardiovascular diseases are the ones that have the higher mortality rate and morbidity rate, but also others like cancer, Alzheimer, cholesterol, hypertension, diabetes, obesity, metabolic syndrome, and so on and so forth. We have to start by the definitions about the immediate principles. We need to know what the proteins are, the carbohydrates, fats or lipids, besides vitamins, minerals, and water, that together with water are the ones that made up food. Together with the works developed by the Rockefeller Foundation after the World War II, they developed, among others, some scientific researchers at the island of Creta. Epidemiologist Leland G. Olbau was the author of the first work called Creta, a case study of an underdeveloped area. That led to some works related to diet habits that could be summarized as follows. First of all, food in Creta had olives, cereals, legumes, fruits, vegetables, and wild plants. Besides, an important part of goat milk, dairy products, and fish. Secondly, there were other two things that were regularly eaten: bread and olive oil. So, with a great intake of the olive oil, it was aimed at being the foundation of a healthy diet based on its consumption. The conclusion of Olbau's research was that the level of food consumption were surprisingly good. In general terms, their food patterns and the food diet and the food habits were well adapted both to their natural resources and economic resources and to their needs. But the research also talked about what the parties thought about it, and just 1 out of every 6 families considered diet as satisfactory. The others would like the diet to have more rice, fish, pasta, cheese, butter, or meat. Ansel Keys became very famous according to his works during the World War II. And from the food point of view, he was facing a more important challenge: studying 7 countries, a multivariate analysis of death and coronary disease. This study analyzed the lifestyle of 13 men between 40 and 59 years old that had been chosen in 7 countries: Yugoslavia, Greece, Italy, Finland, USA, and Japan. The variables that should have been taken into account in the study were as follows: tobacco, lung capacity, weight, electrocardiogram, the cholesterol in blood, the blood pressure, physical activity, the heartbeat, and diet. The Ansel Keys' work leads to the following conclusions. Regarding lifestyles, the saturated fat percentage in diet was the best predictor of heart diseases. The more saturated fat, the higher risk. The physiological quantifiable variable that was the most important one was the cholesterol in blood, and the second most important risk factor for heart attacks was hypertension, blood hypertension. The third research deals with a discovery in the US. In 1999, Gary Beauchamp was attending a conference at Sicily Island. During the meeting, he drank some sips of oil, and he felt that it has a special taste when tasting it, it has some kind of pungency in his mouth. So he repeated the operation, and he felt that it tasted the same as the syrup that they were experiencing, that they were testing at his lab at the Philly University. So when he went back to the US, they were able to confirm that that typical taste was quite similar to ibuprofen, and it came from a molecule that was called oleocanthal later on. But Gary Beesham's team discovered something else. This substance was a powerful anti-inflammatory. 4 spoons of these oleocanthal enriched oil was the equivalent to approximately 250 milligrams of ibuprofen in vitro. The oleocanthal has been tested in human beings as part of a diet with a cohort of 9 healthy people, 5 having oleocanthal and 4 without oleocanthal. The conclusion was the oleocanthal inhibits the platelet aggregation effect that is similar to aspirin in healthy people, compared to people that had EVOO without oleocanthal, where they didn't find that effect. In 2015, Dr. Paul Breslin, Gary Beesham's assistant, and Drs. Legendre and Foster published that oleocanthal kills cancer cells in 30 minutes without affecting healthy cells. In parallel, since 2004, the project Predimed is being developed. This project, with more than 7,000 people in more than 25 hospitals of the public network in Spain, is leading to a great knowledge about the Mediterranean diet and olive oil. More than 500 papers are certifying Predimed that has been extended to cardiovascular diseases, Alzheimer's disease, pre- and diabetic people, different types of cancer, rheumatic diseases, dermatology, hematology, and so on. This multidisciplinary research is the baseline of what we currently know as Mediterranean diet, that is also known as the Mediterranean way of life, as a tribute to Ansel Keys, to Dr. Ansel Keys. In it, we can find food as fruit, vegetables, or bread, flowers and derivatives, and the rice, as well as nuts, dried fruits, etc. And it constitutes about 50% of Mediterranean diet. So they are the baseline of the Mediterranean diet together with EVOO. The fish are seasonal, and we could think that about 22% of diet is made up by fish. Other important compounds are milk and its derivatives, cheese and its derivatives, eggs and in their many ways, chicken and turkey, white meats that are quite eatable and with high biological value proteins, around 18%. They are part, not that much, red meat, 7% more or less. And last but not least, sweets and derivatives, like 3% more or less. We should keep in mind the hydrological support by water. So we have to consume about 2.5 liters a day as a general rule. These have to be the main guidelines of Mediterranean diet and EVOO, and it is what we have called the Mediterranean way of life.
My name is Julia Vanberg. I'm a researcher in the School of Health Science in the University of Malaga, and I'm the leader of EpiFan Group. In this presentation, I'm going to give you a short description of the PediMed Plus study. This trial is being carried out right now. It started in 2013 and it will finish in 2024 with the final outcomes. This is a long study, an ambitious one, that was financed by different financing sources, such as Carlos III Institute and, in my case, the Andalusian government. Before starting, we have to understand that the medical recommendations, and in this case diet recommendations, have to be made based on scientific evidence. Scientific evidence is important to be able to give these recommendations. Before starting the PediMed Plus study, we're going to speak about a bit of history. Let's remember PediMed trial developed between 2003 and 2013. It was a large clinical trial with nutritional intervention with the aim of obtaining scientific evidence significant enough to provide diet recommendation to the population. Its goal was establishing whether Mediterranean diet supplemented with EVOO or dried fruit was better than low fat diet when it came to preventing cardiovascular complications such as myocardial infarction, strokes, or death because of these causes with patients between 55 and 80 years old with high cardiovascular risk.
These results in 2013 were published in New England Journal of Medicine, and we had world scale results. So the Mediterranean diet compared to the low-fat diet, it was proven that it had 30% or protected a 30% of the cardiovascular major events, and it protected up to a 40% in order to the diabetes development after 4 years of follow-up. So besides of publishing this on New England Journal of Medicine, on the left we have the appendix of New York Times, where they used some pages in order to describe these results. In 2015, the Ministry of Nutrition in the US used the PediMed study for their nutritional guides. The dietary guidelines for Americans include the benefits that the Mediterranean diet has in order to prevent different cardiovascular diseases. So that was a PediMed research. From 2003 to 2013, this study was already published in order to prove that Mediterranean diet is better to prevent cardiovascular diseases if we compare it with the low-fat diet. And we didn't want to stay there, and we wanted to take a step forward. And this is why we designed the PediMed Plus study between 2013 when we started it. Now we are in 2022. But we still have 2 more years until 2024 in order to conclude the results of this new study. What is this new study about? We included the concept or the great problem that the weight loss represents in people with overweight or obesity. We wanted to see whether if the weight loss that we could obtain with Mediterranean diet and with sport, etc., if we could keep that on the long run, And besides, we could prevent cardiovascular diseases. We are basically the same team that developed Predimed 1, the first one. But here, the goal, as I've said before, is to accomplish a weight loss with an intense program in terms of lifestyle, not only with Mediterranean diet, but also including physical activity and conductual or behavioral, therapy. So if we wanted to see if we kept that on the long run, if we could reduce the cardiovascular events. So how did we compare this? We didn't compare this with a low-fat diet, but with a less intensive program. So what we are doing right now is using the Predimed intervention as a control group, another branch, so to speak, of intervention. So the Predimed Plus design was published in 2019 in order to describe the trial. It's a randomized multicentric clinical trial that will last for 6 years that assesses the effect of Mediterranean diet with a low-fat content, with a low in energy, with the goal of losing weight and the primary prevention of heart cardiovascular clinical events. The research has been registered, as you can see on the screen. On this screen, or in this trial, we recruited 6,874 patients between 2014 and 2016. So who are the participants of this study? They are the ones that have a high cardiovascular disease, but without. They are at risk, but they don't have a cardiovascular disease. We are trying them to prevent this primary risk. The inclusion criteria are men between 55 and 75 years, and women between 60 and 75 years. So, with a BMI of higher than 27 and less than 40, with overweight and obesity, and with metabolic syndrome. 3 or more risk factors like hypertension, diabetes mellitus type 2, central obesity, or dyslipidemia. The exclusion criteria were, for example, family record in terms of cardiovascular disease, low possibility of changing habits, severe chronic diseases, alcoholism, drug addiction, allergies, etc. So these 6,847 participants were recruited at primary healthcare centers in 23 different centers in Spain. My center, the one that I lead, is at the University of Malaga, and specifically in the Costa del Sol Health District. In my case, we can find here the 23 recruiting centers, and in my case, the participants belong to 3 health centers: the health center of Arroyo de la Miel, Torrequebrada, and Los Boliches. So what is this intervention about? Basically, I've already talked about the control group. The control group in this research, in this trial, is Mediterranean diet as it was tested in Predimed 1, in that previous research. It was proven that the Mediterranean diet, without any calorie restriction and without any other effect on lifestyle, has benefits for the cardiovascular health. Anyway, this would be our control group. They receive group sessions with pieces of advice in order to have a healthy Mediterranean diet, and individual interviews every 6 months. So once every 6 months there's an intervention, and besides, they are given 6 liters or EVOO, that's it, 1 liter a month for these participants. What is the intensive intervention about? In this case, we're trying to intervene with a hypocalorie Mediterranean diet with a reduction of more or less 30% of requirements, or around 600 kilocalories a day. And besides, we give away 1 liter of EVOO, and we recommend them to eat dry fruits. We add physical activity, at least 150 minutes a week of physical activity with moderate intensity, and strength and resistance exercises. We try to promote an active lifestyle and a reduction of physical inactivity, basically. We also have behavioral interventions, motivation workshops, self-esteem, together with monitoring of weight and size twice a week. They also use a pedometer in order to control the steps they take. So the goal is to lose weight, to maintain this weight loss, and last but not least, the important thing, the reduction of these cardiovascular disease. So how frequently do we do this intensive intervention? So during the first year, once a month, there's a group workshop and 1 individual appointment, and besides, 1 telephone call. So the first year is quite intense. So from year 2 to 6, they have a monthly contact. 1 group workshop a month, and the individual appointment would be just once every 3 months. And we will have 2 telephone calls in these other two in the remaining months, so to speak. I've said that it is recommended to have EVOO, and in fact it is given away. So to both groups, both to the control group and the intervention group, they receive this supplement, this contribution of EVOO that has been donated by Patrimonio Comunal Olivarero, that is a foundation. It's an important contribution to this research. However, we need to insist on the fact that the foundation has not played any role in designing, compiling, analyzing, or interpreting the data. Besides the assessment, the intervention, we also have annual evaluations. Every year we assess different things like weight, size, and food registry. We see the food consumption frequency, physical activity surveys. I've talked, for example, about accelerometry, and we conduct blood tests, urine, nails, neuropsychological tests, and psychopathological tests, quality of life surveys, you name it. This is done once a year, every year during the intervention. This is year 1 to year 6, and 2 more years of follow-up without intervention. So here we have Jessica, my dietist, who is conducting these annual assessments, and we have part of my team that is in charge of doing the blood draws, the blood collection, and after that we analyze these samples in order to store them. So I've said that the physical activity assessment is coordinated by me. I coordinate the objective estimation with the accelerometer. Of course, there are subjective estimations with surveys. The accelerometer that we use with the participants gives us some time estimations and the times of inactivity. So when they wake up, when they sleep, when they take that nap, and when they are working out. These are the study stages. Stage 1, it would be the startup and recruiting from 2013 to 2016, and the end of recruiting was in December 2016. Stage 2 would be the first stage of the intervention and follow-up. The first results of the first 3 years would be at the end of stage 2. In stage 3, it is where we are finishing right now. These are the last years of intervention, and we will be done in December 2022. And stage 4 will be the next 2 years, where we will keep on making a follow-up of the participants, but without intervention, in order to prepare the final database and final results. Here, in 2016, in December, I concluded this recruiting in my district. And of course, we need to speak about the pandemic and its repercussion on the trial. We've continued with it with smaller groups. And in Malaga, in Benalmádena, for example, we can be outside. So I think that the pandemic has not had such a big impact on our trial, I would say. And the results won't be available in 2 years when we finish this study, the research, sorry. But on our website, we have 122 publications with results of this great research. I encourage you to visit this website to see the publications that have been already released. And just to wrap up, I would like to say thank you to my research group and the group that is dealing with the study in my region. And that would be it. Thank you very much. So the title of today's speech is Keys for a Greater Longevity and the Role of Olive Oil in the Context of a Mediterranean Diet. When we define longevity, we had to take into account two concepts, quantity and quality. Quantity would be linked to the years of life, and this is related to the cardiovascular system, and the quality of life would be more related with the brain and of course with the mental function. It's important to set this difference, quantity and quality, when we are looking for an effect on population. In this context, the nutritional patterns are the key of the vast majority of diseases, no matter they are breathing diseases, cancer, etc. And it would be the key of a higher longevity, both in terms of quantity and quality, as we can see on this slide by JAMA, where they talked about the factors that determine the burden of disease. When we want to speak about nutritional interventions, we had to make a difference between the dietary pattern, foods, and nutrients. So we're going to start by dietary patterns. When we are looking for example, in the agricultural department of the US, when they are looking for the healthiest dietary patterns, we can find, as you can see, Mediterranean diet, Nordic diet, DASH diet, that is a diet that was DASH to control hypertension, flexitarian diet, that in many cases is quite different to Mediterranean diet, and last but not least, vegetarian diet. And in the vegetarian diet, well, vegetarian diet would include vegan diet. However, when we set a ranking of the best food patterns, we always see Mediterranean diet as the best one, both in terms of cardiovascular health, to prevent mortality, etc. So on this ranking from US News, experts considered that the healthiest diet was Mediterranean diet. After that we would have DASH diet and flexitarian diet, but the Mediterranean diet is always among the first places. When we define the Mediterranean diet, we explain it with a pyramid, so that the food that are more frequently consumed are on the base line, and the ones that should be less consumed are at the top. But at the lowest part of this pyramid, we would find the lifestyle that would include physical activity, sociability, to share food with friends and relatives, the way we cook. In the Mediterranean diet, we usually use more boiled food to preserve the bioactive compounds, and it's very important to have seasoned products because in some way they keep the bioactive compounds in a better way. So the key would be in the middle, and this would be the olive oil. That states that it helps us by itself because of its qualities, as we'll see in a minute, and also because it facilitates the consumption of other health food, like for example vegetables, etc. We, in year 2002, when Spain had a higher purchasing power, the Ministry of Health offered different funds in order to set different studies. One of the studies was Predimed, when we assessed the most important effects of Mediterranean diet in order to prevent cardiovascular diseases. So in this trial, we included patients with high vascular risk, men between 55 and 80 years, women between 60 and 80 years, and they have a high cardiovascular risk because they are either diabetic or, as you will see on the next table, had 3 risks of cardiovascular disease. They either smoked, they could have a high LDL, low LDL, HDL, hypertension, overweight or obese, or they had early ischemic cardiopathy family record. So they were asymptomatic, and we divided them randomly in 3 groups. In the first one, we used virgin olive oil, another one Mediate plus nuts, and in the other case, the control group, that is difficult to define, we advised a low-fat diet because the Cardiology American Society was what they were advising, basically. And as I've said, they were all free of cardiovascular disease at the baseline. These are the main results. It states that this study lasted for 5 years, and we saw that the incidence of cardiovascular diseases like heart infarction, stroke, or other diseases, well, basically you can see the results on the screen. The difference with the control diet was important. There was a difference by 30% in terms of risk reduction in the intervention group with Mediterranean diet, that it's higher with some drugs like statins. This showed how important the food pattern is in order to prevent cardiovascular diseases. When we analyzed mortality, the study was not designed for mortality. In this case, the olive oil group was the one with the lowest mortality rate on a global scale, on a total scale, compared to the other 2 groups. So we were able to see that there was a trend towards a mortality reduction, so a higher longevity in the olive oil group in the context of Mediterranean diet compared to the other groups. However, when we compared the subject that followed the Mediterranean diet compared to the people that followed the low-fat diet, we saw that the difference was of a protection of 60% in terms of cardiovascular disease incidence. A very high percentage, as we can see, again, through the food pattern in order to prevent these kind of diseases. But we also wanted to talk about quality of aging in this case, and we analyzed the mental function in the subgroup of participants from the clinic hospital, and we saw, as you can see on the slide, that subjects that followed Mediterranean diet supplemented with olive oil, they either maintained their mental functions or they could even improve it, showing some kind of reversibility of the frontal cognition. And this is the cognition function, the one that differentiates us the most from the animals, especially apes. So the Mediterranean diet with olive oil had a quite important power in preserving or even reverting intellectual functions, like, for example, the mental activity. And in the control group, a low-fat diet, that is, between inverted commas, is healthy, we could see that there was a global worsening, an age-related global worsening, basically, as you can see on the slide. So we said, well, is Mediterranean diet the best one to prevent cardiovascular disease? On this research by Circulation, in 2018, we could compare the effects of a Mediterranean diet, a traditional diet, with the effects of a vegetarian diet. We could see that in the vegetarian diet there's an important reduction of vitamins, like, for example, vitamin B12. We'll speak about it in a minute, by the way. But from the purely lipidic point of view, it seemed that a vegetarian diet would be better than Mediterranean diet in order to reduce the LDL cholesterol and an increase, in this case this factor would be negative, of the triglycerides. these are the changes in vitamin B12 comparing Mediterranean diet with vegetarian diet. So in Mediterranean diet there's an increase of B12, and the vegetarian diet there's a reduction of it. And vitamin B12 is very important for every kind of function. It could cause different diseases, but it's also very important to preserve the mental function. And in this case, it leads to a better intellectual function, as you can see on this screen. It has this anti-inflammatory effect that vitamin B12 has. In the next slide, you can see that at the clinic group, we saw there was a very close relationship between vitamin B12 and inflammation markers. In this case, subprotein C-reactive or interleukin 6. So the higher blood concentration of B12, the lower inflammation, showing this correlation between the effect that I would show, the anti-inflammatory effect of vitamin B12. This is why Mediterranean diet is so important, because of its presence of meat, eggs, milk, and for example mussels, etc. It has a higher content of vitamin B12 in blood. But speaking about food, next slide please. Olive oil is really much more than a fat, because it has phytosterols, tocopherols, and other substances. In this context, a classic study by Maribel Cobas, who is at this conference, proved that there was a very close correlation between the olive oil consumption that was rich in polyphenols and the increase of HDL cholesterol. That you know that this is a protective factor. So the more virgin the oil is, the higher HDL concentration we can find in blood. But we have also seen other effects of EVOO, like for example antioxidant, vascular dilatation, anti-inflammatory, anti-proliferative, reduction of aggregation of platelets, and other lipid effects. In this context, we could also see in Predimed that higher consumption of higher olive oil consumption, EVOO consumption specifically, entailed a reduction of cardiovascular events. So this means a reduction of cardiovascular mortality. Next slide, please. And speaking about nutrients, we've seen that polyphenols, and you know that EVOO has them, play a key role in order to prevent cardiovascular diseases, neurodegenerative diseases, certain cancers, obesity, oxidative stress, diabetes, inflammation, and the metabolic syndrome.
In Predimed, we could see that there was a relationship between the intake of polyphenols and a reduction of different cardiovascular disease markers such as myocardial infarction, stroke, and others, and total polyphenols and flavonols and lignans. They presented a reduction of these incidence of cardiovascular complications, as we saw in Predimed. And we could also see that lignans, stilbenes, and isoflavones reduced the global mortality, any type of mortality. And you can see that lignans related to extra virgin olive oil would help to cardiovascular protection and a reduction of mortality due to any cause. If we take a look at the mechanisms of cardiovascular disease and aging, we see that they share many of these mechanisms, such as oxidation and inflammation, alteration of glucose metabolism, acceleration of lipoprotein metabolism, vascular integrity, and thrombosis. So there's an overlapping between cardiovascular protection mechanisms and protection against aging. In this context, 9 hallmarks of aging have been pointed out: genomic instability, telomere attrition, epigenetic alterations, loss of proteostasis, mitochondrial dysfunction, cellular senescence, stem cell exhaustion, and altered intercellular communication. When they analyzed what nutrients could act on these hallmarks of aging, next slide, they saw that one of the most important was the transition from normal cells to senescent cells, which are cells that are some sort of zombies floating or included in the tissue. They're not removed through apoptosis, and there are different inflammation triggers here that would cause these cells not to be eliminated, and the senescent cells, they're considered responsible for aging. If we had senolytic therapies able to eliminate these senescent cells, that would put a stop to senescence, and at the same time we could have some sort of reversion of senescence. And the products that have been identified in this sense, we have resveratrol, quercetin, visitin, papilongumine, abedurin, lutein, and some components of EVOO, such as oleocanthal, oleuropein, hydroxytyrosol, and tyrosol. Within Mediterranean diet, there are a series of key elements that could act against the senescent cells, and polyphenols of EVOO could be those elements, and there's a field for study to study the effect of these substances when it comes to protecting our bodies in order to eliminate the senescent cells. Therefore, as conclusions, Mediterranean diet should be adapted to the characteristics of each individual, but in general is the one that has the highest degree of scientific evidence that show that it prevents neurodegenerative diseases, cancer, and cardiovascular diseases. So it would increase life expectancy and quality of life. We're starting studies to understand the anti-aging effects of Mediterranean diet, and within its senolytic agents, what EVOO could play an important role. And we're starting studies about it. It could help to slow down, or in the case of mental function, it could even reverse aging, the effects of aging. Thank you very much. Out of all the oils used to eat and cook, such as sunflower, coconut, canola, corn, and others, there's only one which is natural, it's not adulterated or refined, and the only one containing phenols in its composition, which is extra virgin olive oil. Olive oil started to be used around 4,000 to 3,000 years before Christ in an undetermined place around the Mediterranean. There are many varieties, 25 of which are the most demanded. In these years, we've managed to get more amount of oil from a single variety. In the north of Syria, in the third millennia, the European olive oil started to be grown. We have a reference from Aleppo in Syria where its culture was extended. The first mills were discovered there. The first press from the Copper Age, it was traded in Egyptian ports. Later on in Greece, the olive tree culture was expanded. It was subject to admiration, and Romans started to light their streets using oil. This oil still exists, but not for human use. In modern times, in the 20th century, starting in 1950, the third countries that led the production of olive oil were Greece, Italy, and Spain. Since 1990, the culture of olive oil has not stopped. There's been a constant increase in the number of oil mills. Spain has done its homework in olive tree culture, and in the 90s it led the production of olive oil. Today, it triples the production of Italy and 6 times the production of Greece. Behind them, we have countries from the north of Africa and the Middle East, such as Morocco, Algeria, Tunisia, Jordan, Lebanon, Israel, Syria, Egypt, Turkish, Libya, Iran, and Iraq. Almost all neighboring countries of the Mediterranean area. Equally, EU countries such as Cyprus, but also other countries such as the US and California, Australia, Portugal, Chile, Peru, and Brazil. In 1980, the International Olive Oil Council was created. It has many members, some of them from the EU. Its global production is around 3,271,000 tons. It has 2 rules. The maximum acidity level cannot be over 0.8, and besides, no defect can be present. 0 defects, in other words. No flavors or mold, acidity, vinegar-like flavor, or metallic flavor. In 1950, the wine and olive oil tasting appeared. It's made by a certifying jury. They assess organoleptic characteristics, mainly smell and flavor. It's a subjective system because it depends on the characteristic established by the jury, and obviously that flavor cannot be transferred to consumers in general. There are competitions of different types, local, regional, national, and others which are internationally renowned. More than 94, Flor Soleil, Mario Salinas, or the one from LA, London, and New York, Australia, Athens, etc.
We know that together with the tastes that we have bitter, salty, bitter, and acid we have umami. That is tasty or nice taste. It's the as glutamate taste is. Umami was not identified until in 1908. The Japanese scientist Ikeda discovered that glutamate was in charge of the conch algae broth. He saw that it was different to sweet, salty, bitter, or acid tastes, and he called it umami. Researchers Ranning, Matz, and Craig in 2015 identified the sixth taste. This is the fat taste, and they call this oleogustus. It has been proven by experts in nutrition from the University of Purdue that the feeling of non-esterified fatty acids, free fatty acids in some food, has specific taste, a fatty taste called oleogustus. This discovery opens the door to a world linked to EVOO. The works that are being made by Tom Giverson from State University in the US and Dr. Philippe Snot from the University of Bourgogne in France regarding the fat taste are trying to conclude the existence of fat receptor, but most importantly is the fact that many doors will be opened to in research about fat, and the relevant importance will be the works to determine the researches for human being as obesity that had not been able to be tackled. And we can see from other researches linked to the metabolic syndrome. To make a long story short, endless scientific works that will be published in the years to come. Almost everyone knows the existence of cholesterol, and maybe they've had the chance of observing that frequently. Doctors, when they're asking for a cholesterol analysis, they ask for triglycerides too. But what are them? We should say that triglycerides are the most efficient way that the body has to store energy. This is as fat. So what the lipid tissue cells have are triglycerides. From a biochemical point of view, it would be the combination of three fatty acids to one glycerin or glycerol molecule. But for the fat to be as an energy system has to be transported by blood. The constitution of these triglycerides that are being moved by our bloodstream are the ones that appear on our blood analysis. In normal circumstances, triglycerides come from fatty acids that we absorb through the intestine coming from food, and the ones that the liver is able to develop. The triglycerides moved to the blood from both organs, being moved by two proteins that have been specially designed for that, lipoproteins. They're called chylomicrons to the lipoproteins that are rich in triglycerides that have been originated in the intestine after a meal, while liver is synthesizing other proteins to transport triglycerides that are called VLDL, that is the acronym of very low density proteins. In the blood analysis, we can see under the generic name of triglyceride the combination of the plasma concentrations in triglycerides contributed by VLDL and fellow microns. The risks are to, first of all, to maintain high levels of triglycerides in the bloodstream that could lead to a pancreatitis, and secondly, the triglycerides are an independent factor for cardiovascular risk. So this is why it is important that the normal limit of triglycerides is about 150 milligrams per deciliter, and 200 at the upper limit. Beyond 200, it could cause problems. So the less saturated fat we intake, the better. The EVOO shouldn't have more than 15%, and it would be better that they reached 11. The most important phenols in an EVOO are hydroxytyrosol and tyrosol, that are the precursors, and oleuropein, that is responsible of the bitter taste that EVOO have, and oleazyme and oligodestructides that are going together with another compound that is the most important one from their effects to health. We are speaking about poliocanthal. Oleocanthal, is the one that provokes that feeling of that spicy feeling, that pungency feeling. Gary Beauchamp discovered this by coincidence, and the Italian Monte d'Oro had called this in 1992 dicarboxymethyl dibuxstroside aglycone. In 1999, at the Molecular Physics conference invited by the marriage by Massimo Ugo Palma and his wife, Maria Beatrice de Voltarelli, Henri Beauchamp tasted for the first time an EVOO, and this pungency feeling was quite striking for him. It was the same feeling that he had with Syrup for Kids at his lab. Beauchamp and his collaborators found a substance that was called oleocanthal that was quite similar to ibuprofen, but not with the same formula. They called it oleo from oil, canthus because of the spicy feeling, and al of aldehyde. In the same discovery, they saw that oleocanthal, besides of being pungent, had anti-inflammatory properties, until the point of being able to compare 250 milligrams of ibuprofen with 4 spoons of oleocanthal-enriched oil in vitro. In 2014, Dr. Jose Antonio Amerigo met Dr. Gary Beauchamp, and in 2015, together with other scientists, they founded in the Greek island of Zakynthos the Oleocanthal International Society. In all these years, the scientific investigation has kept on moving, and in 2018, there has a compilation has been published about the properties that oleocanthal has for health by doctors Kok Luk Pang and Kok Yong Chin from the University of Malaysia.
días. Es un placer poder participar online, aunque sea así, en este evento, para algo tremendamente amable e interesante, sobre el cual yo creo que el sector sanitario y la población en general no le prestamos suficiente atención. Bueno, vamos a hablar del autocuidado de la salud, de la dieta mediterránea de aceite de oliva virgen extra. Para ello, y antes de nada, quería resumir brevemente lo que voy a contar. En principio, está claro que los accidentes cerebrovasculares y el cáncer son las dos causas más importantes de muerte que nos afectan a la población como la española, ¿no? Especialmente en las poblaciones más desarrolladas. Desde hace 2 décadas, creo yo, quizá un poco más, ha habido diferentes estudios que han demostrado los beneficios de la dieta mediterránea suplementada con aceite de oliva virgen extra para la prevención del riesgo cardiovascular, pero también incluso para la prevención de cierto tipo de cánceres. En consecuencia, este crecimiento vertical y estos descubrimientos tan importantes de la utilidad del aceite de oliva virgen y de la dieta mediterránea probablemente no se han acompañado con la intensidad suficiente de las campañas que permitieran una extensión transversal a toda la población. No tiene sentido avanzar en salud conceptualmente si no somos capaces de implantar esos avances en la población en general, y más cuando estamos hablando de prevención, y más cuando estamos hablando de alimentación, y más cuando estamos hablando de un producto tan importante para la economía española como es el aceite de oliva virgen extra. Es extraño esto, ¿no? Es extraño y por eso lo subrayo, ¿no? Bien, quería empezar con una breve reflexión ya muy antigua que fijaba la Carta de Ottawa en el 86, ¿no? Y decía que la salud se produce cuando se devuelve a la gente el poder para efectuar las transformaciones necesarias que aseguren un buen vivir y se reduzcan las causas que atentan contra la salud y el bienestar. Precisamente en estas 4 líneas se enclava la necesidad de compartir de forma intensa y de forma eficaz y eficiente los beneficios que aporta a la salud y al futuro de nuestra vida la dieta mediterránea y el aceite de oliva virgen extra. Por eso creo que era importante mirar cuenta. A mí me gusta mucho utilizar un cuadro que aunque lo que él informa, lo que el cuadro informa es absolutamente conocido, pero tan conocido como probablemente olvidado. Y es que es un cuadro donde empiezo por comentar que la salud, la enfermedad y sus acompañantes más importantes, como es el dolor, como es la ansiedad y como es el miedo de la gente, habitualmente dependen de una serie de determinantes que conforman lo que yo denomino el círculo integral. Un círculo integral que está ajustado exclusivamente al individuo. No tenemos en cuenta otras cuestiones que no sean las individuales, salvo las que determina el primer círculo que lo integra, que lo forma, que es el medio ambiente. El medio ambiente es absolutamente crítico en el futuro de la salud de los pueblos. El agua, la tierra y el aire que no sean puros, es imposible que ofrezcan salud a la población que los utilice donde vive. El segundo círculo integral es también muy importante, que viene determinado por la personalidad, el desarrollo físico de la persona, la organicidad en el momento en que se encuentra, su situación orgánica y, por supuesto, la genética. Este círculo integral es también muy importante y definitivo. Y el tercer círculo integral que conforma todo esto y que se mezcla en el individuo de forma inteligente, dando los resultados, como he dicho, de salud y enfermedad, es el que ahora el que queremos utilizar. Es el formado por la alimentación que el ser humano, el individuo tiene, si el sueño y el ejercicio, que es absolutamente crítico, fundamental, el afecto y las emociones, es decir, el hombre que vive solo no es lo mismo que aquel que vive acompañado, el hombre que vive sin amor no es lo mismo que aquel que es amado, que tiene un círculo de amistades y de gente que le quiere, y por supuesto el consumo de tóxicos. Consumo de tóxicos que habitualmente siempre se asocia a consumo de tóxicos ilegales. No, el mayor tóxico que tenemos son los legales. El alcohol y el tabaco son nuestros mayores tóxicos, también los ilegales, pero los mayores tóxicos y los que más muertes causan son, por un lado, los legales, el alcohol, el tabaco, sin olvidar los excesos de esta sociedad con los medicamentos, la hipermedicalización y la medicamentalización extraordinaria que nuestra sociedad está realizando. Quiere medicamentos para todo y si el medicamento quiere que sea sustituido por todo. El medicamento puede curar, pero utilizado inadecuadamente puede crear enfermedad y puede matar. Una vez dicho todo esto, vemos la importancia capital que tiene la alimentación y es donde vamos a enclavar, lógicamente, la intervención que se me ha solicitado. Con todo esto, también ya podemos concluir que es imposible, ya en el presente, pero en un futuro, hablar de salud plena, que es la gran quimera. Todo el mundo está buscando alguna solución para llegar a esa salud plena que no es posible, que no existe. Como mucho podemos alargar la vida, probablemente algunos años más o bastantes años más. Lo que nos falta es calidad de la misma. Por otro lado, va a venir este futuro adornado por la cronificación de enfermedades, entre las cuales el cáncer y las enfermedades cardiovasculares, con ellas todas las enfermedades metabólicas, bueno, forman un gran ramillete de procesos que van a condicionar la vida y, por supuesto, la mortalidad de buena parte de nuestra población. En tercer lugar, la situación en la que tenemos es de un extraordinario de envejecimiento, la cronificación de enfermedades, el envejecimiento de la población en general y el llegar al final de la vida en malas condiciones en algunos casos y sobre todo solos es muy importante. Y luego el que la salud se ha convertido en un bien de consumo ilimitado. Todo el mundo cree que con dinero puede llegar a donde quiera en relación a la salud y está equivocado. La gran apuesta por ese futuro de la salud está lógicamente está en la prevención. Bien, llegados hasta aquí hay que decir que ya hace tiempo que la dieta mediterránea, aumentando con ella la ingesta de aceite de oliva virgen extra, ya hace tiempo, y retirando a su vez, ojo, muy importante, no solamente aumentar el consumo de aceite de oliva virgen extra, retirando grasas, margarinas y mantecas, se asoció en varios estudios con una disminución del riesgo de mortalidad total y por causas específicas, además de las cardiovasculares, como he mencionado antes, por el cáncer. Hay varios estudios, no voy a entrar en ellos porque creo que en esta reunión habrá otras intervenciones mucho más apropiadas que la mía para hablar de esto. Pero recordar simplemente que un estudio realizado sobre la dieta mediterránea por la Universidad de Harvard ya demostró hace tiempo la reducción en mujeres del 25% del riesgo cardiovascular en los próximos 12 años con esas dietas mediterráneas y asociada a niveles más bajos de colesterol LDL y también que mejoraba muchísimo la actividad cognitiva. Y he dicho que ese envejecimiento va a venir acompañado de una pérdida de calidad de vida, especialmente basado en la pérdida de actividad cognitiva también. Es decir, una vida que no tenga salida al exterior y entrada desde el exterior con la percepción es una vida de baja calidad. Y, por supuesto, también acompañado de una disminución del riesgo del cáncer colorectal. Pero no solamente este estudio, el más importante fue el que se inició en el año 2003, el de prevención con dieta mediterránea, PREDIMED, y que terminó en el año 2013. Esto es un estudio extraordinariamente valiosísimo y definitivo, ¿no? Es un estudio que se realizó sobre 7.447, como es bien conocido, de personas mayores entre 55 y 80 años, ojo, con alto riesgo de enfermedad cardiovascular. Se hizo un seguimiento durante 5 años y para introducirlos en el estudio había que cumplir varias condiciones. Una de ellas era la de sobrepeso y después también 3 de las siguientes: índice elevado de colesterol, pacientes fumadores y antecedentes familiares de enfermedad cardiovascular. Cumplir 3 condiciones de estas 4 deberían de tener, además todos debían de ser diabéticos, nada más y nada menos. O sea que era ir a hacer un estudio, lógicamente, en aquellas personas con altísimo riesgo de enfermedad cardiovascular y el último, además, con una edad elevada. Bien, los resultados se publicaron en 2013 y son de todo conocidos. El aumento del consumo de aceite de oliva virgen extra se asoció en esta población mediterránea de edad avanzada con alto riesgo cardiovascular con una disminución muy significativa de enfermedad cardiovascular y una disminución del riesgo de mortalidad. Y con ello se concluyó que el aceite de oliva virgen extra era un componente clave de la dieta mediterránea, aparte de otros, como es el consumo de frutos secos, y con ello para prevenir las enfermedades cardiovasculares. Luego se ha continuado con otro estudio interesante, que es ahora lo mencionaré, que es a partir de 2014 el Predimed Plus, pero hay que decir además que uno de los problemas añadidos que tenemos en este momento es el de la obesidad, como un gran problema de salud pública que está extendido no solamente a la población objeto de estudio del Predimed y del Predimed 14, el Predimed Plus, sino que es que además afecta al 20% de la población española. Hay unas 100.000 muertes al año relacionadas con la obesidad. Por eso era muy importante aclarar que ese componente añadido de la dieta mediterránea, aumentando el consumo de aceite de oliva virgen y de frutos secos, no aumentaba en absoluto ni el peso ni el perímetro abdominal y, sin embargo, sí que ayudó a disminuir la mortalidad cardiovascular. Esto era necesario aclararlo. Bien, después de todo esto, el siguiente estudio que está todavía en fase de ver resultados es el Predimed Plus, que se diseñó y se empezó a realizar en el año 2014, que tiene 2 grandes grupos de voluntarios, también en personas mayores, aunque ha disminuido, se habla de entre 55 y 75 años, que será muy interesante, puesto que va a haber otra serie de resultados que ya se vislumbraron en el Predimed inicial. Bien, con todo esto, hemos llegado hasta aquí demostrando que efectivamente hay unos resultados totalmente positivos en relación con el aumento de la dieta mediterránea, aumentando el consumo de aceite de oliva virgen incluyendo también los frutos secos. Muy bien, pero la pregunta es, ¿cómo ha incidido estas conclusiones tan positivas con esa prevención tan definitiva de la enfermedad y del riesgo cardiovascular, e incluido una disminución probablemente también de ciertos tipos de cánceres en la población? ¿Cómo hemos llevado este descubrimiento, lo hemos extendido, de qué manera lo hemos extendido, cómo hemos incentivado a la población general para que realice las respuestas oportunas para incorporarse a esta prevención que claramente ha quedado demostrada? Esta es la pregunta. ¿Se ha hecho algo importante? Que yo recuerde, salvo las publicaciones oportunas que han quedado circunscritas al mundo sanitario y algo más, muy poco se ha hecho al respecto. Por eso, una de las cuestiones que propongo, humildemente propongo, sería hacer una intervención educativa, digo que continuada y permanente, ojo, educativa, global, permanente y continuada en población general sobre los beneficios de la dieta mediterránea suplementada con aceite de oliva virgen extra. Porque además de tener consecuencias para la salud, se da la casualidad de que es un producto estrella español. Es decir, el aceite de oliva virgen extra es un producto de gran interés también desde el punto de vista económico y de gran interés especialmente en el mundo rural, en algún mundo rural, como es todo lo relativo a la mitad sur, especialmente a la mitad sur de España, aunque también hay otras zonas, toda la zona mediterránea, también estaría afectado económicamente por un aumento de los consumos en este sentido y de un aumento de la utilización y sobre todo de los beneficios del aceite de oliva virgen extra. Bien, esta intervención educativa, ¿qué pretende? Pretende lo que, si no se consigue, no tiene ningún sentido haber logrado lo que los estudios vienen diciendo. Pretende modificar los conocimientos, las actitudes y los hábitos alimenticios en la población general menos receptiva porque no está enferma. Al no estar enferma es mucho menos receptiva a cualquier tipo de consejo que aquella población general que sí lo es. En este momento es curiosísimo que con estos avances científicos lo que está aumentando es el consumo de comida basura, especialmente en gente joven. Y es muy importante, por eso digo, modificar estos conocimientos, actitudes y hábitos alimenticios. Sin conocimientos y actitudes, los hábitos alimenticios no se modifican. Por eso es necesario un plan ambicioso, como he dicho, de carácter universal, general, permanente y continuado, con medios proporcionales y suficientes, porque estamos acostumbrados a planes que quedan simplemente en los papeles y en unos anuncios en la televisión para demostrar que se hace algo. Esto sería necesariamente realizado por un equipo multidisciplinar ambicioso y, por supuesto, bajo el paraguas del ámbito público, del sistema público. Aunque, evidentemente, las consecuencias para este sector económico del aceite de oliva serían, lógicamente, extraordinarias y deberían de estar involucrados, participar en él y aportar sus recursos de forma definitiva en ellos. ¿Qué se pretende con ello? Miren, la salud es una responsabilidad compartida. No podemos interpretar que la salud solamente es un problema de los sanitarios o del Ministerio de Sanidad o de las administraciones autonómicas. La salud es una responsabilidad compartida, pero compartida no solamente es una expresión, debe ser una expresión bonita, teórica con la ciudadanía. Debe tomarse acciones para compartir realmente y hacer efectivo este concepto. Contextualizar la salud en las situaciones sociales y condiciones de vida en las que se encuentra es extraordinariamente importante. Pero es también lo que se pretende, llevar lógicamente al conocimiento de la ciudadanía ese contexto en el que queremos modificar y, sobre todo, preocuparnos cómo podemos introducirlo en las situaciones sociales. En este momento, el aceite de oliva puede ser un poco más caro que otro tipo de aceites, y si realmente no se les ve el beneficio o se busca una relación inadecuada de lo mismo, la población probablemente no entre en estos consumos. Incorporar conocimientos, actitudes y procedimientos es muy importante también, incluido en el sector sanitario, que debe de ser, desde su ejemplo, el primer elemento de choque para informar y sensibilizar a la población general, adquiriendo un método que desarrolle una mentalidad crítica también, que debe de acompañar aquellos consumos que deben ser sustituidos, deben ser dejados, aunque sean económicamente más baratos en una dieta ordinaria de la población, debe de convencerse a la población de que eso les hace daño y deben de ser sustituidos y que ganarán mucho más si realmente desplazan hacia otro tipo de consumos como los que hemos mencionado y que recordaremos a continuación. Y, por supuesto, cambiar la actitud pasiva actual, que yo creo que es la que ha predominado frente a la que debería haber sido una actitud más proactiva para introducir los cambios necesarios que esperemos que con esta campaña, si fuéramos capaces de poner en marcha, se produciría. Bien, es una tarea, como digo, interdisciplinaria, donde probablemente se introduzcan muchísimos agentes, pero desde luego los más importantes, no solamente estos que menciono aquí, sino los más importantes son los últimos, sobre todo los últimos, las ciencias de la comunicación y, por supuesto, los que son responsables de la producción, esas cooperativas y esas organizaciones agrarias que tienen mucho que ver o todo que ver con la producción de aceite de oliva virgen extra. Lógicamente, la comunicación es muy importante. ¿Por qué? Pues porque la comunicación puede ir en un sentido de favorecer este plan o en sentido contrario de estar favoreciendo todo lo contrario de lo que se debería de hacer para prevenir, lógicamente, la mejor salud en la población general a la que nos dirigimos. Por supuesto, ciencias biomédicas, epidemiología y salud pública, educación. Por supuesto, es muy importante trabajar desde la escuela con los niños. Es muy importante. El niño es como una esponja que absorbe lo que le dice el maestro, y si encima a la par se hace esa campaña en la escuela y en población general, probablemente el éxito tenga mayor probabilidad de tener éxito. También las ciencias sociales, que son las que saben realmente introducir estos elementos de forma eficaz, ¿no? Y las ciencias, por supuesto, de la conducta y cualquier otro que realmente tenga algo que aportar. Como digo, es una tarea interdisciplinar donde los sanitarios, los médicos tenemos un papel fundamental, muy importante, pero desde luego no somos ni muchísimo menos los únicos, si realmente queremos que esto sea algo eficaz. Los ciudadanos, es muy importante comprometerse, que son los afectados realmente, los protagonistas, comprometerse con un planteamiento de alfabetización sanitaria que permita ofrecerles habilidades, conocimientos que accedan a la información, que no esté manipulada, que permita comprenderla y utilizarla para promover y mantener el propio autocuidado de su salud. Estas habilidades tienen que llegar. Es evidente que lo que vamos a hacer con este plan probablemente pueda contravenir otros intereses económicos de otro tipo de alimentos, con toda seguridad bastante menos saludables y que a todas luces deberíamos de evitar. He mencionado la comida basura, pero podría hacer muchísimo más con todas las bebidas azucaradas, con todo aquello que realmente está contribuyendo a mantener tanto cifras elevadísimas de diabetes como cifras elevadísimas de obesidad y de hipercolesterolemia. Es necesario crear una opinión crítica madura en la población general, y para esto esa actividad tiene una actividad constante y continuada, ¿no? Los afectados como protagonistas también corresponde al personal de salud, que es el responsable realmente del fomento y el autocuidado con su testimonio de vida sana y con la educación como herramienta para analizar y analizar con su gente, con sus pacientes, críticamente la realidad. Tenemos la oportunidad y el púlpito diario, sobre todo especialmente los médicos de atención primaria, con un conocimiento consciente para reiterar que lo que se debe y lo que no se debe hacer en el cuidado de la salud. Y convencerles de que una vida sana, basada en el ejercicio y una alimentación correcta, puede ser definitivo, no solamente en el mantenimiento de una larga vida, sino una vida de calidad. Es necesario ayudar a establecer los propios valores para que tengan capacidad de elección y de decisión. Y, por supuesto, para que tomen decisiones autónomas, superando la tendencia a delegar en otros, en aquello que a mí me gusta decir mucho de que alguien vendrá y lo hará, sino simplemente pasar de esa pasividad casi inconsciente a una proactividad y un compromiso mayor en las recomendaciones a la ciudadanía de aquellos comportamientos de vida sana que le son absolutamente necesarios, con una educación como herramienta. Y una postura activa en el cambio, es decir, es necesario implicarse e insistir y volver a insistir y tener la implicación como protagonista en las recomendaciones diarias en esta materia. Bien, la necesidad de todo esto tiene 4 condicionantes. Hay que hacerlo bien, hay que hacerlo muy bien, hay que hacerlo como hemos dicho y como probablemente haya que describir de forma más somera en el plan. Y hay que hacerlo con todo el mundo y hay que hacerlo de forma que sea obligatorio, que todo el mundo se entere. Después tendrá la profundidad que sea necesario, pero hay que hacerlo con todo el mundo y que no se pierda nadie. Es necesario registrar y saber hasta dónde llegamos y qué cambios se producen. Y para esto los registros son fundamentales. Y, por supuesto, hay que hacerlo al mejor precio. Y nos encontramos con un plan que debe ser económicamente no solamente eficaz, sino extraordinariamente eficiente, porque los costos, además de resolver actividades económicas importantísimas en un medio rural como es el medio rural español, evidentemente tiene unos beneficios claramente beneficiosos a unos costes muy bajos. Bueno, además añadir que la salud nos afecta a cada uno de nosotros Es normal, la información es tranquilidad para la vida. Yo tengo que dar el profesional de salud, pero hay otra información vinculada a los medios de comunicación que necesitamos conocer la trascendencia que tiene. La buena información para la salud debe tener las mayores garantías que solo ofrecerá una campaña sanitaria pública y bien dimensionada. Pero es inevitable que existan otras comunicaciones con otros intereses ajenos, incluso contrarios a esta campaña. Porque siguiendo a Wallace, es imposible no comunicar. El no comunicar ya es comunicar. Es decir, el dejarlo, el no hacer nada, se está comunicando la falta de interés al respecto, ¿no? Si no ocupas un espacio, el espacio que tienes para comunicar lo hará otro. Esto es absolutamente crítico. Y que luego tener en cuenta que siempre el mensaje siempre va a depender del receptor. Nunca va a depender exclusivamente del que emite el mensaje. Los medios de comunicación en esto tienen una tarea fundamental y yo diría que extraordinaria. Todo es mediado en este momento por la comunicación, que como consecuencia, con frecuencia responde a intereses contrarios a la salud. Una campaña en contra, realizada no directamente en contra, sino a favor de otro tipo de medidas que van en contra de lo que estamos comentando, puede ser muy eficaz simplemente con mensajes muy cortos, lógicamente promocionando comportamientos o promocionando consumos absolutamente contrarios a la salud. Es muy importante conocer que la información sanitaria facilita la educación, esta a su vez facilita la prevención y esta, por supuesto, va a determinar claramente la salud de los afectados. Muchísimas gracias y un saludo a todos los que me estéis escuchando.
Good morning, I'm Gabriel Olveira, and I work for the Hospital of Malaga. I'd like to say thank you to the organizers for considering the researches with EVOO and its relationship with health. In this case, we're going to present the results of a randomized and multicentric research called RenaCare that is being dealing with people with hemodialysis. And it's the effect of a nutritional supplement that has been made with EVOO, with functional compounds. Among them, as I've said, we have EVOO, and it's the first supplement of this kind that contains this element. People with chronic renal disease in hemodialysis have a great prevalence of malnutrition, so this entails a great morbid mortality. So regarding the malnutrition reasons, the hemodialysis patients, well, there are many. There's a loss of there's a dietary nutrient intake, a reduction of this dietary nutrient intake, but because of the comorbid conditions that the patients have, because of the hemodialysis, because of the metabolic changes that are linked to inflammation and the oxidation, there is a reduction of the muscle mass. And this will entail an increase in the infections risk and cardiovascular risk. Some previous researchers have proven that oral supplementation in hemodialysis can improve the nutrition pattern, but there's no evidence about the quality of life that they could have. Some years ago, it was proposed the Mediterranean diet for these patients with chronic renal disease, and the olive oil is a key part of this diet. So we are studying as microbiota in people with chronic renal disease wouldn't be healthy. I mean, there are some researches with probiotics and prebiotics that state that both microbiota and biomarkers could be improved, although we don't have great evidence and we need more researches. In this sense, together with the companies Adventia and ADM Biopolis, we designed this clinical trial in which we had to design supplements and we had to test them, to test them in human beings. This has been funded by RETOS project. Eventually, we conducted the clinical trial by RenaCare, in which we have tried to convey the Mediterranean diet with natural supplements with this EVOO. We have omega-3 fatty acids. It has proteins, and it has a high percentage of lactic protein. And besides, for the trial, some probiotics were designed that were added in one of the groups. So our hypothesis was that the administration of an oral nutritional supplement designed specifically for renal diseased people in hemodialysis and enriched with functional nutrients, including EVOO, could improve the functional capacity and the quality of life, facilitating the therapy accomplishment. So for that, there was a clinical trial that was multicentric and randomized. We had a control group with a tailor-made diet by dietists, compared with other group that had tailored diet with RenaCare supplement plus placebo, or the RenaCare plus supplement plus probiotics. It was a double-blind trial. It was a follow-up time of 6 months with basal visits after 3 and 6 months. And we had these 3 hospitals participating. There was a morphofunctional assessment, and we assessed both the body composition and the function through dynamometry and ECPP. So regarding the analytics, we measured some inflammation markers and of atherosclerosis, as well as plasmatic markers of oxidation stress. In this case, the intestinal microbiota, this information is still pending. We measured the quality of life with SF12, and the depression and anxiety symptoms and the acceptance of this supplement. The inclusion criteria, where patients in hemodialysis with malnutrition or risk of this malnutrition, according to what the International Society of Renal Nutrition and Metabolism states, and the exclusion criteria are the typical ones for any clinical trial with human beings, and the diet and the dietist made these tailored diets with and without supplements. So based on the functional capacity, according to SPBB, we recommended the patients to do specific exercises based on their physical capacity. And regarding the results, out of the 59 patients and randomized patients, after 6 months, only 11 completed the study that had been assigned to the control group. 10 of them had been assigned to the supplements plus placebo, and other 10 to supplements plus probiotics. However, only 6 patients, 16% of randomized patients to supplementation, left because of lack of acceptance of that supplement. So regarding results, both groups were homogeneous in terms of age, sex, comorbidities, or consumption of fermented milk or antibiotics. And regarding the diet, we see how the supplemented patients increased by around 300 calories compared to the control group, the energy intake, I mean. And regarding the protein intake, it importantly increased after 3 and 6 months in about 11 grams. Regarding the baseline, the fat intake also increased, both in total terms and monounsaturated and polyunsaturated omega-3, around 10 grams more. And regarding the nutritional and morphofunctional assessment, the weight increased in around 3 kilograms in the supplemented groups. And maybe the most important thing is that a great bunch of this weight, 2 kilograms, were with fat-free mass. So this was also checked with the bioimpedance of body cell mass that increased by around 2 kilos. Regarding the functionality dynamometry, it only increased in the group of supplement plus placebo, but we didn't see changes regarding the SPPB. We also saw in the levels of prealbumin in the supplemented group after 3 months. As you know, it is a renutrition marker, but also a reverse inflammation marker. Despite of increasing the protein intake, phosphorus and potassium levels did not increase, but they had a trend to diminish among the people that receive this supplementation. Regarding the inflammation and oxidation parameters, on this table I'm summarizing the significant results of the parameters that were studied. You can see that among supplemented people, we can see a reduction trend in terms of inflammation markers. And you can see the trend is oxidation, like for example the total antioxidant capacity. We see an increase of an anti-inflammatory cytokine. We didn't see changes in the other parameters that were studied. Regarding the quality of life, we found that in depression scale, the ranking was reduced, as well as the patient ranking. In the randomized with prebiotics, so 5 patients that had high symptoms of depression in the baseline, in the end, the situation changed after 6 months. They were considered as normal. Equally, in terms of quality of life in SF12, in the supplemented group with probiotics, the ranking increased dramatically. So as limitations, we have the high rate of abandonment. 16% of the patients was because of lack of acceptance to the supplement. It's quite similar to other trials, as well as because of the difficulties in follow-up because of the COVID-19. In terms of strengths, it was a randomized clinical trial, double-blind trial, multicentric with a control group with an individualized diet, long-term follow-up, and the multiple parameters that were studied. And as conclusions, we can say that the specific oral supplement improved the intake, the nutritional state, and some biomarkers of inflammation oxidation, and the probiotics could act in a synergic way, and the use of probiotics was linked to improvements in depressive symptomatology in people with hemodialysis. Of course, we need more researches that can confirm these preliminary findings. I wouldn't like to end up without saying thank you to the organizers of the conference, and thank you to you all for having listened to my speech, and especially thanks to the collaborators of this project, Guillermina Barril, Maria Blanca, Marina Padial, and from the companies Adventia and ADM, Tamara Casañas and Empare Chenoll. Thank you very much. Hello, welcome everyone to this conference or workshop on an online platform. First of all, I would like to say thank you for having me, and especially thanks to Jose Antonio, and of course thanks to his team led by Clara, because they are great people, great friends, and they are great professionals. They are always willing to work, and this is why we are being able to enjoy this conference to convey what we know. I'm here to speak to you all from what I am. I'm a cook, and I have a restaurant, and I've called this conference Cooking Health. And I belong to El Olivar. El Olivar is a small restaurant in the west of Murcia, and I've been working here for 22 years with 6 months, spreading how good EVOO is. This has made that many of you already know it, but I want to make a toast with you all, because a short ago we had an acknowledgement by the Ministry of Agriculture, thanks to the use and spreading of the EVOO culture. We not only have that, but also we have the National Award for Hospitality. I mean, all these things are telling us that the way we started 22 years ago to show all the benefits that the EVOO has, this is why we founded this restaurant, it was not a wrong idea. And in fact, it is an amazing way for us, and we are happy to make our customers happy.
In our kitchen, we use olive oil, but we've developed our cooking in 2 different ways. Our cooking, where we've defined more than 50 cooking techniques with olive trees as main stars. But we carry out this work disseminating knowledge in conferences and workshops, but also through our app Gastrolium, because we've created a method for classification and qualification of olive oils based on the use. When we do tasting, we use our noses and our mouths. In official tasting, you use your mouth and your nose to assess virgin olive oil or extra virgin olive oil. In our method with Gastrolium, we know that in our nose we're going to identify a series of flavors. There are different types of noses here. Each person is different. It depends on your education and your skills. But in our mouth, we're going to identify flavors, but also tastes such as bitter or spicy and others. Let's consider the impact of both organs, our nose and our mouth. We're going to classify oils very quickly, and I'll explain the Gastrolium method. I base my restaurant and my cooking on that. We have type A oils. There's a predominance or a higher impact in our nose. Then we have type C oils, where we have our sensations in our mouth. And last but not least, we have B-type oil, which are balanced both in our noses and mouths. And with these 3 groups, we classify all olive oils, and based on that we build our cooking method. I'm not going to explain how we cook, but I would like to insist on something which is important in my view. Obviously, if you want to know more about our method, you have our app called Gastrolium. It's universal in 2 languages, Spanish and English. It's multi-platform for iOS, Android, etc. It's free, but it's also important. You have more than 300 oils, 50 cooking techniques, 150 recipes, a selector, Olivepedia, culture. We think it's very interesting as a support to disseminate the culture of extra virgin olive oil. So Gastrolium, don't forget to find it and enjoy it. As I was saying, our cooking is based on the pure juice of fresh fruit, so evil. But we cook health because we use it not just for salads as everyone does, but we have 4 cooking techniques that are very significant. The main problem of oils, the 4 factors that degrade it and damage it and will create free radicals for us, are hydrolysis, oxidation, temperature, and enzymatic reactions. We have to be really careful when we cook, and therefore cooking techniques may damage to a greater or lower extent the quality of our oil. But there are 4 techniques that enrich and provide people something more than flavor. We can give them health. One of them is deep frying. In Andalusia, deep frying is very important. It's something that people immediately identify with it. But we fry with extra virgin olive oil. We don't cook, we fry. This is the exact definition, which is cooking food by a quick immersion in fat heated at more than 180 degrees. And obviously, this fat is going to be oil from olives, virgin or extra virgin. The best oil for frying is Picual because structurally it holds more, it's more stable, and it bears temperature better before generating free radicals. In deep frying, we have thermal oxidation. These dangerous factors, we have 4 degradation of oil. Sometimes there are external causes, such as the origin, the exposure time, the food, the maintenance of oil, and internal aspects such as the fatty acid composition and minority components. Here, minority components, these characteristics, antioxidants and vitamins, well, in deep frying, they're going to disappear to a great extent. And there's going to be a degradation of that food, and we need to be very careful with the creation of toxic components. And we shouldn't be over 180, 185 degrees centigrade. When deep frying, there's a loss of water. In a good deep frying, our food is going to create a crusty layer around it, which prevent the access of fat to food, and the food itself, with its own internal water, will be cooked, and it's going to be almost cooked with steam, with barely no fat, and the little bit of fat that it got, it's rich in oleic acid, so we enrich with oleic acid. I recommend to use small pans, domestic fryers, not mixing it with seeds, not going beyond 180 degrees centigrade. And you have to filter in order to remove solid waste from a previous fry, and also you have to be careful with the excess of water from food. We have wonderful frying processes with that, and Picual is the best for this. Another technique is marinating, cold technique. We define it as preserving in EVO or some raw food so that they become softer and acquire flavors or scents. We can add vinegars, wine, species, etc. This is a technique that softens the food. If we are adding extra virgin olive oil to this food, we will be able to preserve them, and we provide them with flavors and scents depending on which oil we chose, but also we're enriching it with the minority fraction, with the vitamins, the antioxidants. So we're not just cooking, we are adding something, a healthy addition to that food. This is an example of marinated products, fish, vegetables, even algae. But, we can have many recipes here. The third technique I wanted to talk about today, very quickly, is pickle. Pickle is means introducing food in a sauce made up mainly by EVOO and vinegar. You could have laurel and others. We use vinegar here. Spain is a great producer of both oils and vinegars, and this is a technique that Spain has contributed to the world. Pickling, as we say in Spanish, escabeche, which is very particular. It preserves food in a wonderful way, and our cooking is really rich in terms of escabeche or pickle. We have another thing here besides EVOO, which is vinegars, and this is important because we have 3 types of oils, A, B and C, and I was explaining techniques. Deep frying, for example, C-type technique, or marinating, which is A, because it's friendlier to the product. But this particular technique of escabeche or pickle could be A, B or C, depending on whether we want a soft pickle or a stronger pickle. So the type of vinegar is important here. If we use vinegar from apple, strawberry, raspberry, so with a low content of acetic acid, they will harmonize and combine with A-type oils, aromatic oils, and we will obtain more aromatic and softer oils. If we use C-type vinegars with a high amount of acetic acids from sherry or old vinegars, and last but not least the regular vinegars from wine, they're B-type, they harmonize with olives type B, and they can be used in other type of preparation. This is important because we cannot have a pickle with aromatic oil and then use a strong vinegar because it's going to kill it. They don't speak the same language. So it's a good idea to have harmony in our concept and harmony when we work with the product and the cooking technique. This is an example of pickle, which is tuna. It's classic escabeche or pickle in our recipes in Andalusia. And the last technique I want to talk about, where EVOO plays a paramount role, and it's a technique we use in our restaurant, and it's vacuum. It's quite a modern technique. Joan Roca added it to cooking. It's defined as cooking a product with EVOO in an airtight bag, in water to temperature, and with a controlled temperature and controlled time. It's constant temperature during a certain period of time. The product is put into a bag and we add EVOO. It's sealed and it's airtight, and there's vacuum inside. There's no loss of flavors. It's cooked cold at a very low temperature, 60 to 65 degrees, and therefore the raw material is going to absorb not just the flavors and the scents of EVOO, but also the nutrients, the minority fraction, and all the elements EVOO has. Therefore, vacuum technique is a wonderful technique because of its result, but also because of the quality of the product, thanks to EVOO. And it makes sense to use a very good EVOO here, many of which you know about. This is pork meat with Flor de Cuquillo variety, which is from Murcia. Well, obviously, Mediterranean diet uses EVOO because the minority fraction, this contribution of vitamins, antioxidants, trace elements are critical in the contribution of Mediterranean diet. So we can say it out loud: in Mediterranean diet we cook with EVOO. Last but not least, just an idea. We've talked about cooking, but in El Olivar restaurant we do this in our cooking, but also in the dining room. The EVOO culture should not be limited to the kitchen. It has to be taken to the dining room. Sommeliers, besides speaking about wine and beer and water, they should know about olive oil, and in particular extra virgin olive oil. In Gastrolium, in El Olivar, we continue to work to foster that, and I would like to announce here that we've opened the enrollment for a training course at the University of Murcia. This is addressed at professionals, anyone, but it's good for professionals because there's a certification, so it's particularly good for professionals in this training course. We have online classes and we teach olive oil tasting and combinations. This is the QR code where you can access more information on this training course. We're thrilled about it, as it's a contribution this year to help disseminating the benefits of extra virgin olive oil. I would like to thank the organizers and you for listening to me. I'll be happy to take any questions you may have. Hello. The name of this presentation is Gastronomy, Well-Being and Pleasure. For one reason, which is quite evident. When I started studying in the cooking school almost 40 years ago, 35 at least, there was some sort of conflict between good food and well-being and pleasure. People said that the duty of doctors was healing people, patients, and the duty of cooks was dominating their health. And that was surprising for me because when we arrived to Mugaritz, we realized that that wasn't the reality. There's no incompatibility between well-being and health. This is the place where our project is located. We're in Guipúzcoa's mountains. Our kitchen, in our cooking, we work with creativity and we thrive for excellence. And you show excellence in the details, rather than in messages. It's in our actions where we show it. We have an R&D kitchen where we carry out all of our tests and then we implement them. These are the notions we've used these past 25 years, anything related to culture, science, creativity, and of course, health. This is very interesting for us. In 2012, we wrote this paper with the Astor Technology Center. We analyzed the nutritional profile of a menu from that year in Mugaritz. And we realized that we were cooking in a quite healthy way from an empirical perspective. There's something that caught my attention. One of the values that was missing was salt in our menu. And it's surprising that the cause for the nutritional profile to be unbalanced was bread, which is interesting. We've published a book that has to do with scientific experience linked to cancer. We worked with Adolfo Mellida, and this was a translation of all the papers published. It was evidence when there was a significant base of papers, and then we translated it into our cooking. We worked with an artist, Prune. She suffered from breast cancer, so she's really she has a particular awareness regarding these issues. So she has developed a book, and we published a text there in that book, establishing the link between food and cancer. Regarding sports, in the past we've never worked with sport. We've worked with the eldest, with children, and now we're working with elite sport. We're working with ASTI. We've been collaborating with them for more than 15 years, and now we're working with athletes. And then we work with overweight, an interesting project developed in Health House in Malaga. It helped us to change the way we cooked. Everything we had learned, we had to change it to meet the expectations and the requirements. From a teaching perspective, we always ask, why do we cook? We explain this based on one thing, a very simple thing. When people want to eat healthy and tasty, it's not cheap. If it's healthy and cheap, it's not usually tasty. When people want to eat a tasty and economical thing, it's not usually healthy. One of these three things is always missing. The only way to have a reasonable price, to have tasty things, and healthy things is when we cook ourselves. That's why we insist on the fact that if you want to have a virtuous cycle, you need to work in that direction. And we explain people how to organize themselves, what they have to buy, where they have to buy, and how they need to cook. In our book, Cooking for Life with Fernando, we learned that we needed to cook with a conscience. And for that, all the recipes and the processes were focused on how to minimize the loss of nutrients, how to prevent the formation of toxic substances when cooking, and how to prepare balanced recipes. For example, based on the evidence, we learned that it is better to cook raw vegetables, just what's necessary, and then cut them, rather than the other way round, because there's an important loss of nutrients. Just to give you an example. There was a lot of focus on this. The potential nutrition value, it's not the real nutrition value. A product, let's say peas, spinach, we know if there's waiting time between the harvesting time and its consumption, plus the handling of that product, there's a loss of nutrients. This has to do with how to teach people, how to raise awareness, how to teach people to be aware of how you should do things so that they're done in the best possible way. We already have evidence about this. For us, this is important. We have these quotes here. As Gaston Bachelard said, human beings have found their spirit in joy, not in sorrow. The conquest of superfluous things provides more excitement than the conquest of necessary things. We know there's something interesting. When we approach cooking around the world, the concept of pleasure is really open-ended. Some things are considered pleasant in the Philippines, and here they're the opposite. Therefore, we need to understand that if we are all born with a cooking book, in my case the Basque cooking group, with all the pages included there, this influences how you look at the world, and you can remove chapters and add others to re-educate your palate. In that direction, you can eat in a very healthy way, we know that, and you're going to see this in this project. You can eat perfectly healthy food without losing taste or pleasure. This project, well, we reinvented everything that we had learned as cooks up to that point. Beyond losing weight, there was a change in habits and eating rehabilitation. We need to eat properly, we need moderate exercise. This means also a good resting period. It reduces stress, you feel great. This has a high psychological effect. You have a good feeling about yourself. It is a virtuous cycle. The opposite cycle goes in the opposite direction. And for that, we had the support of our team at the dining room and the kitchen, also the medical staff, the hotel staff. So when clients cooperated a little bit, they felt good. We worked together with nutritionists. We knew how and they knew why, so we can have an impact on those bespoke diets. This is what we did. It is interesting because we adapted recipes that are different from the ones we used to have. We changed our preparation techniques. The menus were very diverse. We gave them quality fish, quality vegetables. It looks like vegetables are boring, but I always like to explain that one of the best products I know come from the vegetable world. Good white asparagus, good green asparagus, young asparagus, peas, thistles, peppers, the world of mushrooms and fungi, including truffles, and they're completely healthy. As I said, we did a huge effort in educating ourselves. We created 8-step menus that were very pleasant, and they were below 600 calories. We're going to speak about extra virgin olive oil as a very healthy thing. We know this, but a spoon is 9 grams, 81 kilocalories. So you have a salad with 3 spoons of olive oil. That's around 12% of the calories included in a diet. So we need to be aware of things. I think there's talk about the benefits of oil. This is one of the most referred to papers in the world. There's something I don't like about this paper. There's something I really like about this paper, which is that it's never too late to change. You can start your diet in an old age, and there's a clear effect on your body. The change takes place very quickly. What are we doing with this particular case with Real Sociedad football team and ASTI? This is an education, prevention, recovery project. It's a bespoke diet, highly precise diet to prevent injuries, to help in recovery. And our role here is helping to translate into menus all this scientific knowledge into menus. And then when it comes to pleasure, we've done many things. We've been working with neuroscience for many years. We're sponsors of a conference called Brainy Tongue, together with the Genomic Regulation Center of Barcelona. There was a list of scientists that were taking place in this conference, and we dealt with cooks that were doing research. We've worked in this experience project. 4 papers have come out of these, and we work in the relationship between food and emotions and their impact in memory with the University of Freiburg. This link BS people have with food and behavior and when intake takes place. And together with the University of Barcelona, we've prepared summer courses with Ignacio Morgado and Margarita Martin. I would like to finish my presentation by saying that in cooking, when I insist in cooking and gastronomy, because we come from this world where there's a conflict. You cannot eat nice food that's healthy at the same time. But Mr. Savarin said in 1825 that gastronomy is the recent knowledge of everything related to people when it comes to food. It's about preserving people using the best possible nutrition. This person in 1825 was ahead of his time, and it took us a while, but we're getting closer to this idea that well-being is the key for everything, but we shouldn't think that it's not going to be pleasant. I think I'm running out of time, so thank you very much for your attention. Thank you very much.
Good afternoon. My name is Jose Maria Ordovas. I'm speaking from Boston. And first of all, I would like to say thank you to Jose Antonio, thanks to Clara, for their courage and their dedication to this meeting, to make this meeting come true, although it's in a virtual format. And only just a few of them know how important this sentence is. Health is what matters. In the next minute, in the next minutes, I'm going to speak about the future of nutrigenetics. It's a combination of two different words, nutrition and genetics. First of all, we're going to see what's the state of the art of the science of nutrition, or how the current nutrition science can be translated. And it's translated into what you can see on the screen. There's been a great concern about health, and we know how relevant nutrition is in health. And this is why, in order to guide the population in terms of what was more or less healthy to prevent diseases, or even to heal them, is why we've been these guides have been published every 5 years, and the last one is the one that covers from 2020 to 2025, and the next one is being prepared. So one of the problems that we have with these guides is what we call one size fits all. I mean, the recommendations are almost the same for people with very different situations, and we know that there's a great variability based on the diet. This example that we have on the screen is one of the many researches where you can see this effect of the individual variability, and its main researcher is Christopher Gardner from Stanford, and it was called DietFits. The goal of this research was to prove what diet is better on the long run. Speaking about long run, speaking about 1 year, maybe a low-fat diet or a low-carb diet. So some subjects were randomized either to a diet or to another one. And here at the bottom of the slide, you can see the individual results. After finishing the research, you can see that people that were consuming a low-fat diet, there were people that for whom it worked really well, and there were people that for whom it didn't work, and they even gained some weight. On the other hand, same happened with the group that consumed low carbohydrates diet. It worked for some, but it didn't for others. So this is what happens not only in researches but in daily life. There are responders and non-responders to any kind of intervention, either of a diet, pharmacological intervention, or physical activity. On the other side, we have the science of genetics. If we think of the biggest milestone that we have in genetics research, we can go back to the beginning of the century when, really bragging, both Clinton and Blair, as precursors of Zoom, as we can see on the left, announced that the human genome sequencing had been completed. It was a project where hundreds of researchers had participated for many years, and on June 26th, the year 2000, as a result of the publications on Science and Nature of the human genome, it was considered as to be complete. and some extreme words were said, like for example, today we are learning the language in which God created life, and some other optimistic statements emerged, like for example, in 10 years diseases would be something from the past and everybody would be healthy, etc., etc., thanks to this. Something that has to be taken into account is that 26th of June, year 2000, the human genome sequencing was not over, but it was a good political moment to announce it. It wasn't until many years later when it was completed. And on the right, we can see the real architects, or at least the ones that directed the project, Mr. Collins and Mr. Dantano. So, nutrition or genetics. We have seen that with these dietetic guides, what we wanted was to learn and to guide the Americans to help them eat well in order to prevent diseases, for example, diabetes, obesity, cardiovascular diseases, and so on and so forth. On the other hand, we had seen and we have heard what the presidents of the US and the United Kingdom announced, in the sense that in a few years the diseases would be something from the past. So here we have, as well, maybe we are not at that point yet, and we have had dietetic guides since 1980, but the American population in the different stages of life is more obese, has more diabetes, and the life expectancy that had been increasing year after year after year since the beginning of the 20th century appears to go the opposite way in the US. So something is not working. So what we are speaking about, what does the American eat? What is given to the American person? So we are speaking about some crops that either through direct consumption or through animal consumption arrive to the average American without this variety that we would like to have. And as a result of the failing of these genetic promises, and because of the lifestyle and what's happening in the nutrition world, we have the chronic diseases in the US. And we could use this graph for the world in general. They are going up and the forecasts are not really optimistic. So what can we do in order to make us eat better, to have less chronic diseases in the world? So first of all, we have to reduce that inaccuracy in which we are in terms of nutrition. If we have a look at the press, we see that headlines are different every day and are antagonists of what could have been published the previous month or the previous year. And of course, the press does not make that up, but it also continues with what the researchers are publishing on our own magazines and newspapers. If we go to a bookshop, we would find dozens of these books that promise miracle solutions in different ways, and sometimes even dangerous. So it's not weird to see this man having a look with that expression, looking at what's going on in the outer world, in the supermarket in this case. So in the research world, we have moved on. Of course, nutrition on the one side, genetics on the other side. And at the end of the 80s, we thought that maybe we should replace that O by an Y, by an AND. So this is why nutrigenetics emerged. So this is what we can see on this slide. So we have just to investigate the genetic variability that we have and how it can inform us about the optimal diet for each and one of us. Speaking about births, basically at the end of the 80s, during the 90s, we started to take those baby steps in what used to be called gene interactions, and the fact of being pioneers, gene diet interactions in these baby steps, and the fact of being pioneers in publishing the initial findings gives you the possibility of publishing these results in high impact magazines, like for example this one in the mid-90s. We proved how a mutation that was quite common in the lipid metabolism in some way could predict or define the response of this bad cholesterol to the fat in the diet. So the goal here was to get to the top of these stairs flight, and we could have a bespoke nutrition or nutrigenetics. So our knowledge grew, our experience grew, and these steps became into huge mountains. So we had to get to the top of these mountains, and this is what we've been doing for some decades, as I'm saying, since the 80s. And during these years, we have been producing information and a high impact knowledge when approaching this top. At some time in the near future, the fact of giving bespoke recommendations could be a reality. And I'm going to deep dive in a couple of these examples. There are dozens of them to know what we are talking about. And the first one, the one that I want to focus on, is nutrigenetics, the Mediterranean diet, and stroke. Of course, Mediterranean diet has the artist as a baseline, the artist of this meeting. This is the EVOO and polyphenols. So, of course, there's no doubt that the world is aging. The stroke is a great problem. The prevalence 2 or 3 years ago was of more than 100 million people in the world, and it is a problem that increases with age. And let's remember what we've said about the world. It is aging, so we have more and more people at risk of suffering the stroke. So I won't stop in the Predimed study. We all know this, and it has been the study that has had the greatest impact in nutritional research, and we've seen that Mediterranean diet based either on EVOO or nuts had better results than a traditional diet. Well, traditional, according to American healthy tradition, that is a low-fat diet. And what we can see here is that in our nutrigenetics research, we are using as a probe, so to speak, we're using a mutation, a variant, a common variant on a gene that is called TCF7L2, and it is involved in diabetes, but also with stroke. And we knew that based on the shape the gene had, you have higher or lower risk of diabetes or other metabolic diseases. But in this research, what we proved is that we had higher or lower risk of suffering a stroke. Let's remember that in the Predimed study at the beginning, the participants didn't have any cardiovascular disease, didn't have any brain vascular disease. This is something that was developed during the 6 years that the study took. So what we can see on this side of the graph, we see that people that had the low risk gene developed a relatively low number of strokes. The ones that were heterozygous, that developed the non-harmful and the harmful mode, had more strokes. And the ones that had the TT genetic form, that's high risk, had many more strokes during that 6 years' time. But have a look at this. When they received the control diet, that is the low-fat diet. So this diet, despite being officially healthy, was unable to protect people that genetically had a high stroke risk that could be developed in the following years. But if we move to the right side of the slide, we can see fantastic results that were obtained in the group that received the Mediterranean diet. There were less strokes in general, but look at what happened among the high-risk people, like TTs or CTs. As opposite to what we see on the left, they didn't have a high risk. I mean, the right diet, in this case the Mediterranean diet, was able, among these high-risk individuals, of removing that genetic high risk of developing a stroke. This was the first study where it was proven that nutrigenetics can have an important clinical value, not only when reducing the glucose levels or the cholesterol levels or even obesity, but also when we move to the clinical events, like for example this one. I mean, the conclusion that we can draw from this study is that if you have the T allele, when building this plate, this precision nutrition plate, so to speak, well, of course, the recommended diet would be the Mediterranean diet. Another article that I would like to mention, because it was something new, regarding bespoke nutrition, is to have a look at the time aspect. How can we include here the circadian rhythm? This is a study by our collaborator Marta Garolet from Murcia, where we can see that at the obesity intervention clinics we have the individuals through a Mediterranean diet, we see the change in behavior, etc. But it works better for some people, for some individuals than from others. Some of them lose quite a lot of weight, and others are less successful. So what's the difference between both groups? Not what they ate, but the time they ate. These individuals, the ones that were more successful, had lunch before, and the others later. So, what recommendation can we issue from here? The recommendation is that everybody should have lunch before. Is this the best action we can have? Well, it would have a benefit, but would it be beneficial for everybody? Remember that response variability that we've seen at the beginning, and it has been said that it could be applied to every kind of research. If we now study a gene, that is a perilipin gene that is expressed at the lipid tissue, have a look at what we find. Based on the form our perilipin gene has, depending on the variant, the time matters or matters less. So let's move to the ones that have the T form in the perilipin gene. And you see that for these individuals, the fact of having lunch before or later is not important. But see how things change when we move to what we called genotype AA of this gene. Time matters in this case. It is essential for successful. The ones that bear this form of the gene and have lunch late see that are not successful when losing weight, despite they eat what it is recommended. And the ones that have this genotype and eat before see how successful they are when losing weight. So this is the conclusion that we can draw, is that not only what we eat is important, but also when we eat it. And this is shown here. The clock on the table is also important. You know that these trends that are emerging regarding restricting the eating times, etc. This is something that will have to be proven to see whether it has a healthy effect or not. But for now, it is an interesting concept and interesting hypothesis. And as you can see, it was a very easy conclusion that we are complicated, but something that has to be taken into account. The food that we eat is complicated too and has an influence in a very important way in terms of our biology. And I would like to take you to other milestone, maybe not as big as the ones that we have been talking about before, but in popular language we could say that this was the paper that helped nutrigenetics emerge from the shadows. It put that nutrigenetics in society because it had been like some kind of Cinderella of nutrition. And this was thanks to this article. It was quite brief, a couple of pages, that was published on JAMA. And the authors were Ruffin Rogers, the manager of one of the National Health Institutes, the diabetes one, by the way, and by then he was the manager of NHS, Francis Collins. We've already seen them when they announced this human genome project. And at this moment in time, see the title, Precision Nutrition, the answer to what to eat to stay healthy. And this led to an evolution of the research in terms of how we call it. Until then, we called it nutrigenetics. From then on, we call it precision nutrition. Although there's some kind of controversy regarding this issue, bespoke nutrition, precision nutrition, but that's less important. And as part of this transition, of that evolution, we knew that when getting to this precision nutrition, when giving bespoke recommendations, they could not just be based on genome, but they have to be much more general in the fats involved. So we have the transcriptome, proteome, metabolome, microbiome. It plays a great role in which, well, because of the time we have, we won't deep dive in, and epigenetics and exposome. I mean, every factor that surrounds us. And as we're going to progress, besides, well, we have biosensors and some things that in some ways we are already using through rings or watches or smartphones that we are using. We are constantly capturing information regarding our health, like for example physical activity, sleep hours, and in the future what we eat, etc., etc. And a great bunch of information that is very difficult to manage with the methods that we currently have, especially in terms of statistics. And what we are looking for is to include AI and machine learning, and through receiving information of all these factors that you can see here. Well, some of them are biological, other ones are nutritional, and other ones have to do with environmental exposure, sociological, physiological exposure, etc., can give us a score of our diet thanks to the models that we have to develop. But the future is present. And for example, the PREDICT research that has been developed for quite a few years, it's an ideal collaboration because you see how institutions from different continents are present here, but also the private industry. I mean, consortium between the academia and the private sector. And what they want? What do we want with PREDICT? We want to use all this technology and the knowledge or the information that we can capture from the individuals in order to say, first of all, how much variability do we have between people? Second, what do these differences explain? We've studied genetics, we have advanced how important microbiota is, the age, sex, the health situation, what we eat, but the context to when we eat, and based on the integration through AI of all these factors and individual knowledge, we can predict how the individual is going to respond in front of different foodstuff, and we could recommend which ones will fit, and maybe they should not consume the ones that do not fit. And when we were speaking about risk factors, for example, triglycerides or glucose, we see how if we want to improve the triglycerides, we'll have a look at the genetics, but we see that it doesn't really matter. So we need to focus on the usual diet with microbiota, etc. If we move to glucose, in order to prevent the development of diabetes, we see that we have to integrate genetics in algorithms. It's going to be very, very important, much more than for triglycerides and all the others that we've already tackled. So today, we can start by reading these, crystal ball that we have in front of us, thanks to all this knowledge. So another research that we expect is really becomes really famous in the following 5 years is this NHS initiative that was launched by Francis Collins, that is called Nutrition for Precision Health. And what we want to do in the next 5 years through this consortium, mainly academic consortium, different parts of the US, with researchers with that are experiencing clinical studies in data management, the different omics that we've seen, genomics, microbiome, AI, etc. We want to put all these brains together and all this capacity together when creating algorithms that are able to predict the individual responses to this diet. A quite similar goal to what we've been saying before regarding the PREDICT study in collaboration with the US. So have a look at how important this is. In the first module, we will analyze 12,000 individuals, and the second module will study around 2,200 individuals in a more intense way, and last but not least, around 500 individuals will be much more intensely studied in the third module. I mean, they will go through different diets, they will be kept in the metabolic unit depending on the week so that they can study either their day and their night. And it will cover population segment that will be the adult population, because we are not recruiting children for this study. And going back to this slide that we've seen before, we have been seeing how difficult we are from a biological point of view, but it is also important to take into account, especially because of the reason of this conference, that what we eat is really complex too. And we are seeing these headlines nowadays, the dark matter of nutrition, and this is because we know a little bit of what we eat, maybe macronutrients, carbohydrates, and a little bit of micronutrients, among which polyphenols play an important role, especially in Mediterranean diet.
In order to better understand this dark matter, there are initiatives such as the Periodic Table of Food, which is an initiative by Rockefeller Foundation with the American Heart Association. The idea is to untangle the thousands of minority compounds that may be so important for our health that are present in food, mainly vegetable origin food. And also, we as part of the USDA were collaborating with these. We're designing software that can connect those compounds with their healthy side. With everything related, everything that has been mentioned about olive oil, we cannot speak about olive oil in general. There are hundreds of olive oils with different characteristics, even if we use the same term, extra virgin olive oil, for example, or hydroxytyrosol. You see the difference from one variety to the other. Oleocanthal, a very illustrious member of this society. Well, there can be a difference of up to 10 times, depending on the origin, how it was produced. And yes, we have olive oil in a bottle that has to be put or added to something: salads, meat, fish, pasta. The way we consume that olive oil is important too. Well, I'll start to conclude. We have a high variability in products, in their composition, and this is shown in polyphenols with great benefits for our health. This is just the tip of the iceberg. But there's something important here. These polyphenols have a problem, which is their bioavailability. Our intestines have a poor absorption of these polyphenols, so it depends on how we consume them, how we consume polyphenols, olive oil, but also it depends on this, the individual genetics. If we speak about the large intestine, well, this is very important too, because polyphenols that are not absorbed into the small intestine can be absorbed by the large intestine, but thanks to this other component of our health, which is microbiota. And then, once these polyphenols are in our internal system, they're metabolized in a different way. They may trigger one system or another one, and this metabolism will also depend on our genes, on how the enzymes work in a good and a bad way. You see this in coffee. There are respondents and non-respondents based on mutations, and also we see transcription factors, etc. So of course, this inter-individual variability will lead to an inter-individual variability regarding the benefits of consuming one product or another one. Regarding these aspects, but many others too, not just cardiovascular system, but many others, cancer and others. This is a challenge for the future, and we are starting to understand it. And I'm going to leave you with this slide. We've spoken about individuals, their biology, but biology is important, yes, but there are socio-demographic aspects, lifestyle, behavior, etc. But individuals don't live isolated. They have a close social environment, family, friends, models, behavior models around them, social norms that are integrated into physical space. Your house, your neighborhood, your school, work site, what we have around us. When it comes to food, supermarkets, restaurants, etc., let's remember that in the US we have the so-called food desert. It's not that food is missing, it's that there's no good food. And this is integrated into larger systems, healthcare system, food production system, public policies, companies. They dictate the individual's ability to follow and to respond to diet recommendations. Well, I just want to leave you with this image of our most recent paper on frontal nutrition, and we have this image which is very representative of what's going on. It shows a very urban area, an urban environment. We have to deal not just with our health, we have to take care of our planet health. And let's hope that in the future the world will not be an urban continuum. Let's hope that we can respect rural areas, green areas that are our lungs and our pantry. Thank you very much. Hello, my name is José Antonio Amérigo, Chairman of Oleocanthal International Society, and my name is Clara Villanueva. I'm the Secretary General of the Oleocanthal International Society. We are addressing all of you in order to thank you for the second Health Matters Convention. It is not easy to gather 32 specialists, even if it's virtually, around EVOO, fatty acids, and Mediterranean diet. Thank you all, and in particular Professor José Ordovás, who in July 2021 met with us virtually to organize the second Health Matters Convention, and also to Cordelia Rani, because we congratulate her on her second child, Gary Beecham, José Antonio Tello, and Javier Belúvez. And we would like to thank the technical team at All You Say in charge of the interpreting service, and Daniel Perez of the patient team that were in charge of the transmission and the post-production, so that the second Health Matter Convention can be accessed over the coming years. And of course to our sponsors, Laboratorios Tello Tentamos from Jaén, IBIMA from Málaga, and Laboratorio Adventia Pharma, together with producers Acesur in Sevilla, La Cooperativa San Francisco de Asís in Granada, Cobram Steak in Australia, Yurcarias Olive Oil in Greece, and Corella Rambujeiro in Portugal. Together, they've sponsored this virtual convention. Now, we're going to continue with the important points that were covered in this convention. Point number 1, the high level and the amount of talks around phenol that are going to give them visibility. We need to obtain EVOOs with a high content of phenols, mainly oleocanthal, oleosin, and oleoeuropene, which provide the spicy and bitter taste of EVOO without forgetting tyrosol, among other substances. This provides the healthy nature of EVOO. Second, regarding saturated and unsaturated fats, we ask producers to pay attention to these levels. An EVOO cannot have more than 26 grams per 100 of unsaturated fats, and we need to make efforts so that it's not above 14 grams. And as we know, ideally, we should reach 12 grams. The oil mills masters have an important role to play there, and the program and duration of shaking are essential. Third, as a summary of the previous 2 points, we would like to invite the administrations, universities, and researchers to continue to carry out clinical tests in humans related to EVOO. This is the most studied oil in history, and one of the reasons is that the research was very positive and gave rise to the existence of Mediterranean diet. Without any doubt, it's the most studied diet, and most doctors and researchers choose that diet. But if Spain wants to lead the world in terms of EVOO, we need to increase our efforts and obtain more money for research. Point number 4. The COI is an international organization that gathers producers. They've made no effort for research or financial effort in the past years. It will disappear because it's useless. We need to provide means and scientists for an organization that had an important past left to die by the authorities. Point number 5. We equally consider that the EU has done very little regarding research on EVOO. It looks like it's a matter of regions, but that's not the case. It's about giving more funds for research, not just regionally in the Mediterranean area. but also related to the use of EVOO as a diet component, as the basis of Mediterranean diet. Just take a look at life expectancy in each country. We know that the diet guidelines in EU on fat contents are clear. We need an efficient directive on the levels and characteristics of phenols. Without that, the diet profile is not complete. Point number 6. Something else we would like to tackle, and it is critical, mainly in Spain. Dietitians and nutritionists has a positive and a negative side. Positive side, dietitians have all the guarantees from a theoretical perspective, and unfortunately, when it comes to practice, there are shortages, and this is because the public administration does not want to include diet and nutrition in hospitals and healthcare centers. So this profession will fail because of this. Dietitians and nutritionists will have tons of theory but no practice, and this profession will tend to disappear, even though it's one of the most important ones for the future. Point number 7. There's no total support of Mediterranean diet. Its founder, Dr. Isabel Cobas and Dr. Ramon Estuig, have taken part in this second Health Matters Convention, but the Spanish administration makes little effort to extend these use at international level. Mediterranean diet covers mainly 2 ministries, agriculture and healthcare. They work in silos, and this is bad news. I would like to remember what Hippocrates said. Let your food be your drug, and your drug your food. Politicians should know about this, but whether you're a politician or not, when you're over 60, you realize what nutrition and medicine means. Point number 8. We would like to speak about the job or the role of chefs. In Spain, we have a top-notch gastronomy, but we miss cooking based on scientific evidence, because the pleasure of taking care of yourself from a gastronomical perspective is not in conflict with healthy nutrition. And this is what cooks or chefs need to understand. It's not about Michelin stars. It's about having our citizens be delighted with healthy food, and this is possible. We just need for chefs to understand that in cooking today we need less salt, less saturated fats, and less sugar. Point number 9. It is a shame that private and public Spanish hospitals are not under no obligation of kicking with EVOO. Right the opposite. People in charge of providing food in hospital, they save euro cents, and they rarely use EVOO. They prefer to use bad oils such as sunflower, canola, palm trees. They prefer to reduce their cost. They don't care about the patients. And also schools, official buildings, and the army, they follow the same model. They use bad quality oils because it's worth it. Spain needs a policy regarding this that forces them to use EVOO as the basis of their diet because of its multiple benefits for our citizens' health. Point number 10. Food policies in Western countries are worsening. We see these videos sent by Mr. Carlos Casabona. It encourages people to use healthy diets. In Spain, the government has no well-defined food policy. Everything is possible and valid. And that's why we're facing this situation. More highly processed food with saturated fats, with trans fats, with more salt. It doesn't matter if it's in the food itself or if it's added, and also the carbs content. The Ministry of Agriculture doesn't care because for them agriculture is a commodity. Quality doesn't matter, it's about quantity. There's a complete lack of collaboration between agriculture and health, and we have more patients and more diseases. We have 47% of chronic patients, and in 50 years' time, we will have 50%. This is linked to diet and the wrong approach, and we'll pay the consequences with time. And this is everything. We'll meet again in our third Health Matter Convention in 2026 in Malaga. Thank you very much.